till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go.
What is up, everybody?
What's going on?
I hope you like the new song. I'm not trying to trance anybody anymore, so hopefully we got that figured out.
Oh, that wasn't trance you were just playing? Just joking. You know.
It beats.
Never fear, the Greek is here. Never fear, the Greek is here. Never fear.
That was actually a pretty cool.
Yeah,
song, man.
you can't say that again. But yes.
Yeah, ever, dude.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
I'm so fearful of that last thing you had on last time.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
having PTSD, Kryptonian. PTSD.
Same here, man.
Yeah, after last week, they're like, please, no more. Greek is here. We know you're here, dude. We know. I'm like, okay.
No,
I'm
it would be PTGD, post traumatic Greek disorder.
Oh gosh,
sorry. Ooh.
Greek.
That's what it is. So once again, Prado's got to work tomorrow, so he's in bed, and he said, Greek, take over the stream. And this time, we're just airing it on my channel, and here we go. So you guys know Monday nights are Prado nights, along with Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, Friday nights, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, and Friday morning. So that is Prado's schedule. We just try and fit in wherever we can. So
Yeah, we're here for the commercial guys, and then we're gonna cut out.
yeah.
For the
During the break.
So today we have Kryptonian joining me as always,
So guys,
and Odinato Crypto, the Ninja.
What's up?
What is up? We are having a great day.
yeah. So you guys having a great day today. It's been pretty rushed here, and North Houston for me. It's a Monday. Every day's a Monday for an IT guy, but Mondays are truly a Monday. I don't know. Things always break over the weekend. I was literally at a client site on Saturday. Kind of did some network reset, got everything up and running. Got confirmation from all the end users. I spent just about the whole damn day there. I got a call this morning. Nothing's working. It's like, the hell are you talking about? You know, I mean, I literally, we had a bunch of guys out there. I guess I bring that up because that's just IT, man. That's just technology. You do everything you're supposed to do. At the end of the day, you're still kind of it's the nature of the beast. So it is what it is. I'm used to it, but most people are not. You know, they just expect it to work.
I felt like I had to be an IT guy today, trying to help Prado get on a 4-way call with me, you, and
Yeah.
he doesn't have an iPhone, so we're trying to make a 4-way call.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm like, yeah, you could just call in the group. Nope, Prado doesn't have an iPhone, so it ruins everything. So I call NR, and I was like, wait, let me patch you in. I'm on the phone with Kryptonian, but then it won't let him patch me in, so it like hangs up on me. Then I call Prado. I'm like, okay, you got to call NR. I got to call NR, and then it was.
So what we're gonna do, guys, is sometime today during our live here, we're gonna have a GoFundMe. We're gonna raise money to buy Prado an iPhone. Damn it, I'm gonna make it happen. Tired of this green tech shit.
I know. I keep asking him, why don't you have an iPhone, dude?
He'll send me a picture and it comes back to my like this freaking small, you know, and it's like, oh, he's got a damn droid. Hey,
Dude,
for all the droid lovers out there, get an iPhone.
Yeah, it was
Hey,
terrible.
you know what,
I sent him a
Kryptonian?
link,
So-
and it's the same thing. Terrible.
Greek will attest to this. So we're in Dubai, right? We're in Dubai. We're in the same room. Not that that really matters, but we're in the lobby getting ready to go as a group to dinner, right? Da-da-da. I'll be here all week. So we were asking, we're breaking Prado's balls about, hey, Greek says, I sent you a message like 2 hours ago. Why didn't you respond, right? And then he says, I did. And then he says, Leona, look. And he goes to his wife. See, and we're looking at his phone. It's like, there's nothing there, bro. You didn't send anything. I sent him a message, never got anything back. And he's convinced, he's totally convinced that he sent these messages. Yeah. And we're just, both Greek and I, we're looking at him like, you did not send those messages.
He kept yelling at me and you like a bunch. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
You, bro.
It's like, nah, bro.
And then
he's like, but you already know I sent it. You already know.
He goes,
he says that a lot.
I swear I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. One of these boxes works.
I know, right? It was too funny. It was just like, we love you, man. We love you.
He was trying to endanger me today, too. On our way to work, I'm on the live stream with him, and he brings up Discord, and it's that light mode, and it almost blinded me on the road.
Yeah.
I was worried for my life while driving. I'm like,
that,
dude, you got to put that away, bro. Yeah, put that stuff away.
I saw that. That's right, man.
Hey, can I put in a shameless plug real quick?
Whatever.
OnCameraAudiences.com. Business put that in the link before. They went live today. All of the filming dates for American Ninja Warrior, which start in a couple of days and go through April 3rd, they're going like hotcakes. So if you were actually going to be in SoCal and you wanted to come see the show, and maybe even yours truly, your time is running out. You got to snatch up the free tickets while you can, because they're going to be gone within hours. So just figured I'd throw that out there.
And I want to throw this out there. Compton was first. Okay. He likes taking his titles, so even though he doesn't show first on the screen, YouTube deleted his comments like 3 different occasions. He wrote it, and OBZ was up there too, of course. Everybody fights for who's first. Big day starting today. We got some testnet updates, so I'm just going to add that to the stream so you guys can see it. We're going to just go to full screen because my eyes can't see it. All right. So Brian today said we are currently in the beta testnet phase and our developers are working towards the upcoming Gamma release. Gamma will have the world's first auto rebasing mechanism built into layer 1 protocol, as well as Firepit and Firestorm elements. The testing we've been doing over the past 13 days has been vital in discovering how to best implement rebasing, and this feat has never been attempted before in world history. As you know, it's the first auto rebasing blockchain. The core rebasing functionality has been added and tested 100% with smooth operation and performance. However, they identified 2 minor errors which lay on the EVM side when conducting specific transactions. Please know that these 2 errors are minor, for which our capable developers have utmost confidence into fixing over the coming days. With this in mind, we do not have a hard date for Gamma release, but we anticipate at least 3 more days until the rebasing functionality mentioned above has been resolved and in a position to be made public. Upon release of Gamma, we will be able to go to the faucet and claim $10 in test coins a day. This will allow developers to interact with the Vol in a direct way and build out their smart contracts, apps, etc. in a true way. Vulcan for the win. That is good, transparent, what we want to hear, and it's testnet. So you anticipate some things going wrong. Doesn't mean like everybody was freaking out. oh my gosh, we're not going to release. We're not going to release. I saw the fudders today. Those who claim they weren't fudding. We are still going to release a mainnet. I just want that to be said.
Are we sure it's not a rug, Greek?
I don't talk about rugs.
How much more transparent can the team be, right? This is great news. It's great news. It proves it if there are those that are naysayers, which of course we know there always will be, right?
I mean, everybody.
Whatever. We can't help those that just aren't going to listen. But for those of you that are open-minded and you read this stuff like we do, it's really great. It's great to know that they're talking to us. Does not Bill Gates anymore, but whoever's running Microsoft now, I can't say his name, but yeah. Anybody that you've invested in, do they talk to the little guy like you and me? No. So this is cool.
Yeah, that's a really good thing. And, you know, they said, what was it originally? 10 to like 15 days. So it's not really like that far off. And,
no,
you know, and then I had people in my comments today in my video saying, he's got to give a hard date for when mainnet's going to be released. I'm like, whoa, that's what got them into this problem before. If they just didn't give that hard date. But, Kryptonian knows a lot about what's going on. This is a small issue. And do you have any worries?
Not at all. Not at all. This is just the nature of the beast. That's why I kind of gave my illustration this about Saturday, working hard, setting up a network. You go in, things happen, right? But I told you about the problem, but there was a solution. We fixed it quickly. So the thing is, my team was able to go in and figure out what the issue was. And you just got to trust the process, guys. The thing is, whenever there's an issue with whatever project I'm working on, I don't always go to the client and be like, okay, this is exactly what happened. This is what it is. It was a service pack update. I don't go through it. They don't want to hear that. They just want to know that it's fixed. We're getting from Brian and the team, this is what's going on, because not everybody wants to hear what's going on. They just want to hear it's about to happen. And for those guys like me, I want to know what's going on play by play, as much as possible. So no, the fact that they keep giving us information like this, I actually like that. And then
I respect that a ton.
Yeah,
the reason being is do that because just by saying there's 2 minor fixes, he very well could have stayed quiet. They fix those 2 minor things. Nobody's worse for wear, and they just say, "Oh, Gamma's released," and nobody knows anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And being transparent like this says, okay, he knows we were expecting some news. He's got it, and it's good. It's good. I like it.
I see hey, I got a question for you. I guess I'll bring it up in a little bit, but I just see a comment from Biz. If you want to bring it up,
that's a good one.
Biz.
At the bottom.
Yeah, it's very bottom. What's up, Biz? Always there, man.
This one?
The day. Yeah, just let everyone know that the roadmap steps are happening simultaneously. You hear Prado talk about that every day, all day, every day. Yes, but seriously, things are happening simultaneously. So rest assured, they're actually working in the background. And we're going to talk a little bit about that in a little bit. But I did have a question for you, Greek. Did you check out
questions?
Yeah, no, you don't.
Is it going to be 30 words or less this time? For real?
Are we going to come out guns blazing like we did on Friday with this question?
Oh, this time we're going to have to let Odie answer. I should let him go first. You know what? Nah. Yeah, Odie. Odie? I'll go ahead and ask you second.
Sure.
No, but Greek, did you actually see in our Legends video?
I loved it.
That he dropped the other day.
I loved his video. I told him that. I told him his thumbnail is good. I actually agree with a lot of the things he said in his video. And, I know it's not going to be popular with a lot of people about, having a vesting period or a higher tax. I've been in projects with the higher tax. I don't like that structure because then you're like, okay, you could sell your whole bag, but you're taxed at 90%, then it tapers down. So it kind of forces you to hold. But then what ends up happening is people get so desperate, and then you give them that option, like when the tax is like 30%, they're like, screw it, I just need the money. And then they are bitter. They feel like they've gotten cheated. Yeah. So I don't really like that option too much. But a vesting period where like it releases a certain percentage of your bag every day or something, just so you can't sell your whole bag. If they chose that option, I would be okay with it. But then again, I understand that I have a long-term mindset anyways, and my mindset wasn't going, oh my God, I want to sell my whole bag. But what's great about that is it gives the coin room to explode because then, you can, and we could grow our liquidity and let projects come in with a stable liquidity and, not have the madness. So it would actually be a good thing for the blockchain to start off. I know the day one sellers, which, they're going to be mad regardless. They're going to sell and then be mad still. So
they'll be mad if they got taxed 0.5%. I mean, it's my money. Well, you still tax me.
Hey,
what do you think?
I invested in a project right about the time that I think it was like maybe 2 weeks after safuu last March, called Piston Token. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's on the BSC. And to start with, it wasn't bad. I can't remember now because it's been a while since I've even looked, but it was a, I don't know, 2% return per day, something like that, right? It was along the lines of the idea of
wasn't that like a drip fork? Yeah, it was a drip fork offering bigger.
Kind of.
Okay.
So they made it look like race cars. They had the race car theme and all the terminology, right? But my point is it was great to start with, and then when everything went south closer to the end of 2021, they completely changed it, and they made it a 75% tax. And I think it was 10% or something like that. They just jacked everybody. And so if you wanted to withdraw anything, you had to pay a 75% tax. And I'm like, that ain't cool. Brian isn't going to do that to us in this project. It's not going to happen. Besides, we're going to be a DAO anyway, so that won't happen. But even if it wasn't, based on the past, I still know that he wouldn't do that. In fact, he's lowered the tax, right? He dropped it by half. It was going to be 10%. He dropped it to 5%. So, we really can't ask for better. That's kind of where I was going with this in a long roundabout kind of way.
Oh, she changed her picture.
Oh, she did. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she's creeping on me.
I see you, Odie. She sees you. For all you that don't know, Yaya Scorpio is Mrs. Odie, so let's wish her some love.
Yeah,
hey,
love of my life.
You've got a great man there. Tell him all the time.
Oh, thank you.
He's a good
puts
friend.
Up with a lot. So.
Oh, by the way, Odie, you will like this because I know you've been freaking out with all this stuff with Ninja Warrior. John called me today an hour ago, and
we did
schedule for tomorrow for our screen test. So,
okay, cool. He's doing it. He and Mrs. Odie's doing that too. So like probably you and then her, and right on. That's a producer from Ninja Warrior. For those of you that don't know, Greek's talking now. Greek's just doing the shorthand because he's like, I'm on the inside.
Oh yeah,
I know how.
Hey, Odie, I talked to the guy. We're good. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, right.
What the hell's going on here?
He's all Hollywood already.
Nobody. So Odie invited me to be on camera to cheer him on while he does his run. So I will be a virtual on the signs. Maybe if he does good and he's on TV, you'll see me in the background somewhere. Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
So that's
going to be pretty cool. Yeah. My wife's excited to watch this because she can't, even though we got to wait to its broadcast, but she every time you're on the live, she already knows who you are, so she loves the show. Her and her family loves the show, so you're definitely gonna have some fans.
Cool.
Man. You're gonna have some people in Texas just rooting for you. Man. Yeah, 100%.
Take you very much. I'll
Richard
take
Hudman
all
brings
the
up a good
fans
point.
that I can get.
We could have done a FaceTime request, but we were all at work, so we didn't want to be on speakerphone. And
I know what he would say.
The problem with that, Richard Hudman, is that it would still require Prado to do something, and that's the challenge. He would still require him to press a button or a link, and he can only do one thing at a time. That's why he's got Miss.
It was funny.
Without Miss Worldwide, he's done.
We were discussing. It was me, you, and NR in the text discussing the vesting period and how our thoughts were and how we should bring this up on the show on what we thought about it. And then Prado's like, "I'm driving. I can't text. Let's do a call." So then the call's his idea, and then we had to go crazy to bring him into the call.
Yeah.
And then by the time he got in the call, I'm like, dude, I've been away from my desk for 15 minutes trying to figure this call out. And then I'm like, give me the cliff notes.
It's like the guy calls an emergency meeting, right? So I stopped 5 of my meetings because it delayed me it was about 15 minutes. We kind of waited around there, just about 10 to 15 minutes. So, but we finally got him online. And then you bounced probably 2 or 3 minutes after that, Greek. NR and I were on the phone for at least another 15 minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes. It was cool. We listened the whole time because you know how it goes.
Oh yeah,
it was a good conversation.
I love when I call him after work sometimes, and he'll be like, Greek, let me tell you about the greatest thing. I'm like, dude, we've been texting all day. I know it's, but he still acts like it's the first time. Every time he talks to you, it's the first time he's told you anything. That's Prado, and I love it. But yeah, this vesting period, I think, is going to be a great thing if they were to do something like that. And always bring it up.
We got a chat from Brian. Sorry, Greek, if you want to bring it up. Chappie asked a question if the taxes were going to be changed. I'm assuming that's what his question was. It's probably 4 from the top,
5 from the bottom.
Yeah, I can see it.
And then Brian Legend says, Chap, you are right. Tax will not be changed. Thank you, Brian, for that. And that is a guarantee. Dan, screenshot that, guys. Take that to the bank. Even though banks are failing, take that to the bank.
So just know that if so what NR was saying, the tax option of raising the taxes, that's good because I don't like that. And I think that was negative. But if we were to go vesting, that is a better option. And I know no matter what you do, people are going to be pissed.
Yeah. Like for me, I mean, obviously I operate in the real world. I have 401ks and all these types of things. I've got a lot of investments. If you've done any sort of investment in a 401k, some sort of, I don't know, I would say 401k is probably the most common, at least here in the States. You have this vesting schedule where, I mean, as you get into it, when can you pull it out? You know, there's penalties for pulling it out. You know, I hate the word penalties, but that's just the term they use. But they do that for a reason. Because if there's no money in the pool for everybody to benefit from, because everyone is yanking it out, then there's no money in the pool. I mean, I guess in the real world, you're talking about interest. We're not talking about interest. It's completely different. This is crypto, but with the rebasing. So I understand why the team would do this. They're thinking long term. I'm very familiar with this in the real world, my investments that I do and I'm into. And I know over the last few days, there have been conversations about people selling their bags or whatnot. I mean, I didn't jump in those conversations, although I wanted to, but I'm not selling. You know, I'm thinking long term. You know, when Brian and the team said, 18 years down the road, I'm thinking 18 years down the road, I will take some profit, but I'm not going to shit the bed, so to speak. I'm thinking about the guys next to me because I want to be a responsible investor. Not everybody thinks like me, and I get that. That's fine. But I'm thinking about the project as a whole, and I want it to last. Because as guys know, I want to bring some projects to this chain, so I'm thinking about that as well.
Yeah.
And so whenever NR dropped that video, because he and I actually talked about it. He's like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" We had a pretty decent conversation about it. I said, drop the video, man. You have to. This has to be discussed. And and I think everybody just needs to be aware that, that this something like that would be good.
And I'm jealous now. He gave you inside info prior to the video.
Well, I mean, you guys
with me, he just goes, Greek, I released the video. What do you think? And I'm like, oh, I'm the after fact now. Krypton.
Well, no, not at all.
I'm kidding.
You know how he runs. I like what I love about NR, man. No, he runs it by everybody, right? And he doesn't just. He's not impulsive. He really thinks through the things he's going to say. He's very meticulous, very strategic.
Yeah.
So, and I absolutely respect that. As a business owner, you just can't pop off the mouth. Words have consequences. Words matter. Words have meaning. So everything that he says, and it's very, very, very thought out. So when he dropped that video, rest assured, he thought about the ramifications, like how would people receive this? But he's making an absolute profound point here. If we want this chain to be here 20 years, there has to be things in place to ensure that. That's just the way it is. I mean, math is math, guys. If there's nothing for me to pull from, I want my one and there's zero in the pool. It ain't going to happen. So,
and it's not the worst thing in the world. Like in other blockchains, let's say you had a vesting period in another blockchain where the only way you can do is price appreciation. This one's forcing you to hold, but then while you're holding, you get to collect a flex every day, a power pool once a month. You get the rebases, so you're earning money. It's like forcing you to earn money. It's like weird, That's just one way I look at it. And of course, the first super chat of the night goes to Barry McCocken. Her grandfather was in the military, Major P. Ness. He just finds any way to get me to say stuff.
He does, man.
and then he comes with he's just on fire. What's the penal code for pulling out? Oh, Jesus. But Charles DYOR, NR was suggesting vesting. Seems like a good plan for the health of the project. What says Brian? Because he knows Brian's in the comments. But yes, I think it's very healthy. You know, everybody's worried about there's so many big wallets. There's all these big wallets. There's craziness going on. Everybody's going to sell. You know, Poodles Friday created a stir. And then Saturday, I don't know if anybody saw Dio on saying,
Yeah.
his calculations with 51% buys and 50% sells have us going up to $200. These are just calculations, nothing set in stone. But he also said he could see Poodle's point where it does dip at first. The only point that I was trying to make is if you're playing a game at the opening tip, let's call it the opening tip, where you want to sell and then buy back in, with the low liquidity, these price swings are going to be very fast, and you could end up making and getting less Vulcan in the process and losing out. So that's why I said, you know what? I'm not into the games of this, especially, you know, unless it's my fun bag, you know, not with my whole bag. I'm not taking those kind of risks. But it's very, very, very risky. But I see it going up. And if you did a vesting option, I could then say, yeah, we're going up. We are definitely going up.
Yeah. I agree. I'm in there. I don't have a fun bag. I call it something different, but hey, you know, to each their own. I'm like, this is my, and just in case bag. Yeah, I'll throw some money out there, see what happens, you know.
Yeah, people like it when I say fun bags. I can
funny,
see everybody chuckle. Like I can see like your face. You
Yeah,
just
like,
go.
yeah, I don't think that means what you think it means, but no, but I understand. I was asked a question earlier today in one of the discords. I think it was Missy. She asked me because as you guys know, Bitcoin went up to 24K today, and I even sent it in the chat earlier today. Greek, I was like, damn it, I missed the dip. I've been so busy at work that I was actually hoping, because I love Bitcoin, I was hoping it to drop around the 19, 18-ish, you know, stay around there. I was going to buy some more. And I blinked, and now it's like freaking 24K. It may have dropped a little bit. I haven't looked at it since I've gotten to the house, but I missed that opportunity. There was like first it was a 5%, 3 to 5% gain. Then it was another 7%. Right. So my point is that I missed that. Now I can, and I think Missy asked me, Missy Twitch was like, hey, do you do the arbitrage thing? I think Dio was talking about it maybe on one of his channels or in the chat or in the live or something. And I'm not one. I don't have the time to day trade. I just don't. I'm busy all day long. I would literally have to, because that's all about timing. You know, you go from one system to the next, you know, one chain to the next, and there's a way to make money at that. But I just don't have the time.
It does take a lot of time, and you have to constantly be looking at prices on multiple things. There were some good opportunities, especially with USDC.
Yeah.
Some exchanges had it super low. I just went on PancakeSwap and I got in at 89 cents. And, you know, I wrote it back up to peg, and then I moved that fund into BNB, and BNB rode from 290 to 310. So I was like, so I got those gains as well. Now I'm back in BUSD finally. And I'm like, should I put it in Bitcoin today? And then I'm like, wait, Brian's coming out with this, going to give us the information on UXI. So Brian, if you got any info on UXI, let it out. Get the Greek excited. So I want to put my money in there, even though that's probably where it's going anyways. But
Greek's got an excited bag. So that's okay.
Mike's. Oy.
All right. So actually, who was it? Leon said, just talking said that Bitcoin is at 24K. And that's exciting, guys. I mean, obviously everything's kind of I'm getting notifications. Solana's up, but a lot of the crypto market is up. You know, with this whole bank thing going on, you know, what do you expect, right? I mean, there's a lot of manipulation going on. There's a lot of politics involved.
Yeah, my fear and greed index went to neutral, so we aren't in fear anymore.
Yeah.
And the 8 Ball said within 45 days we'll see a 30K Bitcoin. Remember, it said that today, right?
Yeah, I think I asked 30 to 45 days, I think is what I said.
So
30. Yeah, so 30 days.
If you guys trust the 8 Ball, Fowler's 8 Ball's never done wrong.
Yeah, it's been pretty on point, right?
It's been pretty on point. Yeah, it gave me basketball bets that I won.
I think the closest thing to an 8 Ball is Confirmant. You know, he's been my 8 Ball for the last year. Sorry, Confirmant, you've been replaced, bud. Yeah, they're asking me, hey, Triple Moon. No, I missed the dip on Bitcoin. I would have absolutely scooped up 5%, 7% gain. I mean, it's not a lot. I mean, it's like, you know, 10x or nothing, but I've been building my bag since 2014. So every little gain, and I've been in profit ever since. Especially when we went to 60K. And I believe in Bitcoin, and I believe there's going to be others that will, I'm not say take its place, but I believe in what Bitcoin really, it's a store of value for me. I see what's happening with my dollar. I've been other places around the world, and my dollar is just worthless in most cases, it seems like. I bust my ass here in the States to take my dollar across the pond, and I can't buy shit with it. That sucks, man. And until you realize that, guys, you're like, wait a minute, but I'm using up all my life energy to stack some cash, and it's worth less and less every freaking year. That's just, it sucks. So crypto is the way.
That's what's sad when you go to the grocery store and you really see things and you're like comparing prices year to year and you're like, wow.
Oh yeah. I was talking to my mom today during lunch, and I don't know how inflation came up, but she was telling me, yeah, I remember when she goes, I used to go to a I don't know, some burger joint, and she says I can buy 4 burgers like a quarter each. I'm like, what the hell? You buying a cheeseburger for a quarter? She's like, yeah. I was like, God, I can't do that now. I mean, yeah, not even close. Not even.
I still remember the days of 70-cent gas, and my dad filled up his car for $14. Oh my gosh. So Garrick Bro says it will launch when it launches. It is what it is. Nothing wrong can do about it at this point. I don't understand why this has to continue to be a topic, because there's people still who are gonna always throw that out. It's not out yet, it's never coming out. That's one of the things the fudders will say.
We got something from Brian here again. We got some more chats, and he's responding to Charles.
Charles.
Yeah. So at Charles, let's see what Charles said. Let's see if I can help you find it.
Charles.
Yeah, Charles says, many thanks to Brian Legend, Team Vulcan, and our awesome volunteer YouTubers. Our future is bright. Maybe there was another one. Charles said, maybe that one? Could be that one.
I'm not selling a single Vulcan at launch, and probably not in the first year. Let me read Brian's to see what he's responding to. It's very tough. At Charles DYOR. Okay, so it makes it seem like he's saying do your own research when that's Charles' name. So
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, okay.
So Charles DYOR is his name. So that's why I looked at it first and I'm like, is he saying to do your own research? Okay. Investing does wonders for longevity and aids with greater liquidity and a stable coin price. I 100% agree.
Yep. 100%
and with this one, this I want it to start out as stable and as great as possible. Brian also says the main positive is shifting mentality of day one bag sellers to be forced to flex daily, becoming incentivized to hold and develop a new habit routine, providing more money for node holders too. That's also a positive, very positive. And, it's hard because we have to shift everybody's mentality because they see, oh, I'm in profit. I got to take it. But there's a lot of money on the table, with a lot of these people. Just rebasing alone on a node bag at $9, if the price just stays steady at $9, you're earning $2,300 a month on your node bag. So let's assume your bag size is 3,708. You're earning $2,300 a month just on the rebasing alone. On Flex, you can earn probably $150 a day on that in some volume, some aspects. So you're talking a lot of money, like just to hold. Or you can sell that bag for $34K and be like, I got $34K now. But the mindset's got to change as over time, the power of holding is way better than just selling your bag for quick gains,
Yeah, the next one is there's another chat from Brian right under that one.
Basically, vesting as a whole is a total win. Details to be announced later this week.
Wow. I'll tell you this, when NR dropped that video, damn, NR, he basically hit the nail on the head. He had no idea, neither did I, that there would be some sort of vesting announcement. So that, what that tells me is that the team is thinking the way we're thinking. Because NR and I, we have those small businesses, NR a lot more so than I, but we always think about longevity. We've always got 2 year, 6 year, 4 year, 8 year plans, whatever. We're always thinking of down the road. And so when we started talking about how is the team going to ensure the sustainability, especially with all the talk of everyone. And the reason the conversation came up is because of the conversations that Poodles was talking about selling his bag. And don't get it twisted. There are many that want to sell their bag, right? It's okay. And Poodles just happened to be the guy on YouTube because he had a voice and he got to say it. It's not like he's the only guy thinking that, right? So NR and I know that, and we're thinking about it. We were talking about it, and it evolved into him dropping a video. And to see Brian say that gives me a peace of mind, a peace, definitely, because they're thinking long term. What's up, Pride? What's up, fella?
Yeah.
Yo.
Now seeing this, it gives me more confidence about launch, and should give everybody more confidence about launch.
Yes.
And I can assure you, Prado right now is probably like going, "Oh my god," because none of us were thinking sell our bags. So now if we have a way to incentivize people to hold, and all this new money coming in, before deals calculations, 51% buying and 49% selling. Well, if you have a vesting option that forces these people to hold, you can see 70-30, 80-20, stuff like that. I see it, Odie. I see it.
That's insane.
Wow.
So this is great for everybody.
We're talking about the same thing. Brian, that's supposed to be on my channel. I'm just joking.
Right.
I'm just joking, Brian.
Thank you so much, Brian. This means the world to me.
That's awesome, man.
I'm mind blown because this is something that I was talking about with NR after he released his video, and I'm like, this would actually be the smartest thing if they do this option. And then me and him were talking about what happens if they do the option, not knowing that this was ever even a possibility. We're just talking, and I'm like, a lot of people are going to get mad. And then Prado sent me the greatest video for all those that get mad if they were to do a vesting option. So I'm just going to play this because I think it's like the perfect video.
Oh, crap.
For this.
Oh, Prado.
Is that a recorder? That's what it sounds like. Like in third grade.
It sounds like a recorder.
So Prado goes Greek whenever you have a point you have to make where you're like, just use that video. I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
Yeah.
That is Prado Stampy. He put that video in for me. What's up, Poodles?
I had no idea that news would be dropped. That's amazing to me. That just gives me peace that the team is certainly thinking about longevity and how to incentivize those to hold. Obviously, people want to dump their bags, right? I get it. There's profit and all that. But it's just, to me, the fact that just weird, because NR and I were talking about this because we were thinking, man, because we understand money, at least in our world, off chain. We understand what we need to do for sustainability. I gotta run payroll. I need cash flow. Okay. If I ain't got cash flow, it's all for nothing. So there are things that I have to do for cash flow. My point is that obviously it's completely different in blockchain, but in a blockchain technology, but I understanding how money moves, and it goes from one place to the next. So as he and I were talking about this, it was, we were like, man, we were hoping something would be done, or there were some talks about some sort of incentives. Yeah, we're talking about the flex and all these things, incentivize people to hold. But what about those that don't care about all that? So if there is some sort of vesting schedule, because I have one with my 401ks, right? So I understand how it works. If someone came up to me and says, hey, I'm going to give you $100,000, would you like it all up right now minus taxes? Or how would you like it vested over 5 years and it turns to 350? Give me the 350 any day. Do I really need the 100K right now? Probably, right? What would I do with it? Or am I thinking long term? I know everybody's different. This is just my example. Everybody's different. $5,000 to some people, it could be life changing. $500 could be. So, but with that being said, I appreciate the team. They're actually they're forward thinking, man, a long way, man. And I really appreciate that.
I think the projects could really use a vesting.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I don't mean to interrupt you right now, but this is like it's irking my neck to even hear us go off of a free market. Okay, because we were told that this is going to be a free market. Buyers can buy, sellers can sell. There's no incentivizing anything. You can't tell people, well, I'm going to incent. No, you have things set up for people. If they want to hold, they can hold. If people want to sell, they should be able to sell without making it in a way where we can't sell whatever we want to sell. You know, that's not the way things are supposed to be done. All right, that's the way it's going to be done to be beneficial to one side or that's fucked up. That's what that is. It's fucked up, in my opinion.
What do you mean, like beneficial to one side? Can you explain that?
It's beneficial for all the people that aren't holding a lot of money that they've invested into this project. All the people that are talking about holding and not selling, all the people that only have a little bit invested, brother.
I hear you.
The only people that are caring about holding are people that don't have a lot of money invested.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Poodles. I really do, man. I understand. Okay. I understand, man, 100%. I mean, I know some people personally that would definitely want to cash out, if you will, because that money will change their lives. They've got bills to pay. They've been holding since March, right? Or since, November when we all sacrificed. But the reality is,
we were told it's going to be a free market.
When you
we
say
could buy and we could sell.
The reality
is this. Oh, we're going to invest anything prior to this. I'm just getting a little agitated with the project that I love right now.
Yeah,
because
I hear you.
There's been multiple things that are being told that aren't, they're not just going in the direction that they said that they were going. Things are being changed. I understand it's for the benefit of the community. Okay, but keep a free market. Okay,
right. I understand. When you said that, how much did you actually invest into crypto, into Vulcan? Like real, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, you can use a fake number. I don't care.
Thousands of dollars, bro.
Thousands. So how
thousands.
Thousands. Okay.
Thousands.
Same here. Okay. Same here. Now there is profit for me to take from my thousands of dollars that I invested. I have a lot more. I have times 10 to pull out, right? So I hear what you're saying, but the truth is it's not actualized yet. I mean, it's not like you put $150,000 in, you're trying to get $150,000 out. You understand what I'm saying? They're literally giving you free money. They're just saying for the betterment of the community, so everybody else can.
Nobody's giving anything away, man. We've invested. We've been in this project since safuu.
The rebasing.
safuu is now Vulcan. So you want to call it a different project? We're following the same project.
I can give it any name I want, other than it's been rebasing since the moment you sacrificed. All right.
Okay, and that's what we were told that it was going to be.
I will say this:
we put our money into it.
We were given 4 extra bags.
I hear you, man.
So our dollar cost average right now for each person who's sacrificed is about $2.50. So all that free money, that's that money, the liquidity is only based on $2.50.
Free money. You put money into something to make money. There's no free money.
In a normal project, what they should do, if without a vesting schedule, they should open the price up at $2.50, and that would be fair. But they've given us all that excess cash, so they have to go a vesting schedule in order to ensure that they can build that liquidity to be able to cover all that money.
Yeah, so
okay, so then invest the people that have billions of dollars into this. You want to don't vest everybody. You want to invest. You want to vest people. Vest the people that have millions of dollars to dump. Vest only those wallets, and maybe the community will be happy.
Now, with a vesting schedule, this price is going to explode, and it's probably going to be more beneficial for all those people who actually are forced to hold. That's why I'm trying to get a cross here.
Yeah, but it's not beneficial to stop people from paying their bills, bro. Yeah. People need money, bro.
Yeah, I think Pooh's upset because they changing the tokenomics, well, changing the whole mechanism at the last minute.
They haven't changed the tokenomics, and I did see Brian chat earlier. There is no tax change. There's something else. We don't know what it is, but there will be an announcement.
And we don't know what the vesting schedule is.
And Poodles, man, I hear you, man. I understand because we've been waiting since January, right?
And we're going to be waiting longer. So
I get you, man.
And the longer we wait, the more people want their money. Now, when it comes time for a day for us to get our money, they're going to tell us we can only get 20% of it, 15% of it. The fuck is that shit?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like I hate to say it, man. It's just they're trying to prevent like some sort of bank run, man. I mean, I mean, Greek.
There is no bank run. The small holders are going to hold and do what they have to do to
Greek just pointed out that there's not enough. There's not
enough
enough
thousands of
liquidity.
dollars want to take some fucking money out because we invested with a strong amount, not over leveraging ourselves, but we put a lot of money into the project that we believe in.
I get you, man.
Because we were told that we were going to get a certain amount of returns.
Plan B says, "Yo, I got something to say."
I hear you, Poodles, man. I hear you, man. I feel you, bro. I feel your frustration, dude. 100%.
There's going to be a lot of people, and I understand. Like, this is one thing that doesn't please everybody.
Yeah.
But no, somebody didn't overinvest. Okay, people want to talk shit because I keep it real and I tell you what's going on and I give you actual facts. Okay,
this
so
is why I always harp on. This is why I always harp on when people. It is in fact. If you need the money, like if you need the money,
I'm talking to all the people.
Like
it's not just me; it's everybody. Everybody needs their money, bro. It's not like people have. The only people that don't need their money are the people that have $100 into this, $1,000 into this. Those people don't give a shit. They only got $1,000 into it. It's no big deal. They're looking to make passive income. Great. The people that sacrificed to put into the holdings of this corporation to help it become what it is. I'm one of those people, bro. People that have over $50,000 into this project helped Vulcan become what Vulcan is. Okay?
That's true, man. That's true. I hear you, man.
Plan B said he has something to say.
What you got?
I brought that. We're waiting for him to say what he's got to say.
And Poodle, man, you're speaking. Okay. You're saying what a lot of people are feeling right now, man. So, and I said this comment earlier, man, that you're not the only one that's feeling like that. If you guys recall, Greek, I said this. You just happen to be the guy that you're lucky to join the channel and speak what everybody's saying, what they're feeling. So we hear you, man. So let's instead of us getting, I get you're pissed off, man. I mean, obviously, because
man, we can't all be where everything's awesome, everything's great, everything's positive all the time, man. Well, I feel that I love I don't see people get it twisted. They see that my frustration right now takes away from my love for this project, and it has nothing to do with that. I love the fucking project, man. I love the community. I love everything about it. But like when you tell people you're gonna sacrifice. And then when it's time for the buys and the sells, we spoke about this specifically during the sacrifice event. What is the market going to be like when it comes time to buy and sell? And we were told it's going to be a free market. Okay?
Right.
Now they're going to change and say
that. Market is we could buy and we could sell at our leisure. All right? And it really does make sense for the people that have smaller bags to not sell. It doesn't make any sense for anyone who has small bags to sell. But people that have medium-sized bags, and I'm talking about medium, people that are not in the top 100, the people that are in top 105 and below, let us have our
Lambia said what he.
What I'm saying? Like
Poodles, you need to chill a little bit. The first few months, it makes sense to do a strategic rollout. It's not about holding people's coins back. It's about stability, protecting people's assets, etc.
Yeah, but we're saying this shit should have been done before y'all even started the blockchain. You should have put all this in place before you started the blockchain. Now they're gonna change it at the last minute. That's what's pissing people off.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, we don't even know what the vesting schedule is. How much you can sell? What
there shouldn't even be a vesting schedule, bro. They didn't tell us during sacrifice there's going to be a vesting schedule. Be prepared for that. If they knew it the whole time, they need to communicate with us better, man.
This is why I was preaching when you sacrifice coins into blockchains and you do this kind of stuff. You have to just picture that money's gone forever.
No, we just put our faith in the transparency of this team, man. And they were transparent with us all up until, like, I feel this moment, man.
If anything, they should let the G-Vol holders, vote on it. This is a true dial.
Unfortunately, if they did that, we'd all lose anyways because the treasury owns.
Who would all lose, though? I've been trying to say this for a couple of days. There's no losers here. Everybody is in profit.
Yeah, this isn't about profit. The treasury has the most GVOL as of now.
Oh, yeah.
So then that's going to stay. So I want that to be. But this is actually a great thing. I know once like anger and you realize and you're forcing to take money, and you realize, like, who knows when the vesting schedule's up, this price is going to be way higher, and you're going to end up getting 5, 6, 7, maybe 8x what you were originally going to sell on minute one.
I can tell you what the vesting schedule is going to be. The vesting schedule will be.
Oh, I got a $250,000 motorhome. Okay, this isn't my life savings, brother. Everyone wants to be a keyboard freaking ninja out there. You all don't know me.
And most of these vesting schedules are over 12 months, where you're going to take out 10% a month or 20% a month of your holdings. That's how these vesting schedules work. So at least it's going to be 12 months. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, I mean, Brian said, how long does it take a newborn baby to be born? What, 8 months? That's what his
9
answer
months,
was?
yeah, 10 months, yeah.
So he told everyone on that day. But, like, I was like, okay, I can deal with that. I'm just do what you got to do to make this the best blockchain you could ever possibly make it. I'm with you, no doubt. But now talking about vesting our fucking money, that shit's getting underneath my skin, bro.
Yeah, because then what if the price goes down?
It's well out of your
So
skin.
it's a whole lot
You're
of
obviously
variables.
frustrated, man. You're obviously pissed, man. I feel it, dude. And you're not the only one that's upset. It's very obvious. You're just
Only way that
Right.
vesting schedule will help out if the price is going to, increase dramatically. Just think y'all doing the vesting schedule and the price go down. That's really going to piss people off.
Right, of course.
Listen, everyone needs to relax about the price going down. So what? It's going to go down. It's inevitable that there's going to be more sellers than buyers on day one. That's not a problem. The project's going to succeed. It's going to be one of the best projects ever developed. Okay. So what? There's dips in crypto. Deal with it. It's going to dip. So
Yeah,
what?
but you can't sell, then the price isn't going to go down. You can't sell when you say
Buy more when it dips. That's not my issue right now, man.
Oh,
My issue is
I just want
talking
I
about
just want to
vesting.
explain something for
People
Coco.
selling, man.
Just so he can get an idea. Vesting is basically your money. You can only sell a certain portion of your money, and it releases like if you have a 12-month vesting schedule, you can release. You have your access to 1/12 of your money on month one, and then you would have access to 1/12 in month two, and it keeps going. So if you never planned on selling, this doesn't even affect you at all. If you were just planning on passive income play, this is great. I do see both sides.
So you guys want to sit here and smile while we get fucked?
No,
that's the only way I can put it, bro. Come on, man.
Well,
this is screwed up.
Come on.
I mean, everybody has a different situation, Poodles.
Yeah, I get that. I'm talking about the people that have some real fucking money in this, man. Not a couple $1,000, man. We can't have a board of all gun ho people up here. You have to have someone giving the other side of the story.
First of all, you don't know me. All right,
I'm not specifically saying
let me throw it back
bro.
at you. Let me throw it back at you, Poodles.
I said I'm not specifically talking
great,
about you.
great. You don't know, right? So I don't know you. You don't know me. I know that you're pissed, man. But understand this. This isn't what we want to hear. Whether I'm talking about the vesting,
the truth,
talking about the vesting,
it's the truth, bro.
Let me talk. Talking about the vesting schedule. I get it. It sucks, right? Because I, like you, would have liked to have taken some profit. I'm not dumping my bag. I'll be the first to tell you that. But I wanted to take some profit, at least what I put into it, right? And now they're saying that I can't do that. Great, that's fine. What do? I pivot. I'm human. I make it work. That's the only thing.
I understand that, but everyone's just going to sit here and be okay. Well, this is what we have to do now, but it's not what we were told, man. Do you understand? We were told a free market.
I know that, and I understand.
So it's just going to be okay again. We have no choice but to be okay. That's why I'm upset, because we don't have a choice.
So me getting upset about it isn't going to change what the team's going to do.
All right, but I'm entitled to be upset 100%, occasionally.
100%, man. But you're yelling at the wrong people here, bro.
I'm not yelling. This is just who I express myself in this manner. And I apologize if you're taking it as directed towards anyone out here, man. These are my personal feelings about what's going on.
Let me get to some comments. So Plan B says we aren't being not transparent. This has come to mind as we get closer to launch in order to protect everyone. We haven't announced anything yet, but you need to look at both sides. And this is the same arguments we were having with NR, and this is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting effed, Poodles. All the way you're orchestrating yourself right now is not in line with the community spirit, mate. I get the frustration. I get both sides. Is it the worst thing for me? No, it's not. I'm thinking of what I was going to do anyways. I was maybe going to sell 5 to 10%, if that. So we don't know what the vesting schedule is going to be. We don't know what that stuff's going to be. We don't know how they're going to
Greek, how much
utilize
do
it.
you have invested into this project?
20K.
20K.
And that money, if I lost it, I'd go upstairs and I'd watch
You're not
TV,
going to
live
lose
my
it.
life like
That's
normal.
the thing. I'm not telling people that they're going to lose money. Nobody's losing money, man.
This is, I know your view. So when you get this emotional about an investment, it does mean over leverage. If you have bills, you should be able to pay those bills with stuff that's not in investments.
You're not understanding.
That's it's 100% fact. If you have money that yeah, the money, I can go buy a new car, but I have a car that works, so I don't need the money. It's a want. Like if I have the money, I could do things with it. That's different.
That's not my case, man. My case is about being in a free market.
Yeah.
If I was told,
I'd rather be in a non-free market, knowing that the sustainability of what I'm investing in is more secure.
Listen, this is about being told there was going to be a free market on launch day. Okay, I would not have put as much money as I put in if I knew that there was going to be a vesting on our withdrawals on launch day. Okay,
very valid point, Poodles. Very valid, man.
It's very valid, but
valid.
I just want to say this too. We all sacrificed on some blockchain that's totally different. And every single change up until now has been 100% in favor of us, the investor. Every single change. They're not doing a change if this means it's going to tank, it's going to hurt us, the investor. That's my only point with this. Like, this is for us. So the team is not they're not thinking, oh, let's do this to screw with the investors. That's not what they're going in boardrooms.
That's like when I go to the bank and I tell them I need to take $50,000 cash out today, and they tell me no because it's for your best interest that we don't give you this money today.
We had that conversation. Remember before we had that? It's happened to both of us, man. It's like, it's my money. Well, the point is they don't have it. They don't have it in deposit. They don't have the cash to give it to me. So you got to give them some time to get the cash. And I know crypto is supposed to be, for the unbanked, it's supposed to be completely different. But I mean, numbers are numbers, man. And I feel your pain, man. I know you're pissed off. You and probably 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, look, he just said it's going to be rolled out over a 5-month period. Yeah. That means
new strategic
I take my money out, it's not going to be as valuable. That's
20% a month.
It doesn't matter, man. It's the whole point.
I know it doesn't matter.
The whole point
is what it is now. It is what it is.
Exactly. And that's why I'm upset. Okay. I'm not upset with being involved with Vulcan or safuu. I love it just as much as all of you guys do. I'm upset that this wasn't told to us in the beginning. Okay. Right. That's all I'm upset about, man. I still love the project. I still love the protocol. I wouldn't put my heart and soul into it the way you guys see. I put my heart and soul into it.
I really think if they could go back, they wouldn't have given us any free coins, because a lot of this free money is why this is happening with the anger here, because so much was given free. Like, people sacrifice 10K and they're given 65K, and now they're seeing 65K and they're like, I'm pissed, I can't take it.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's everybody that has more than $200,000 into it and stop it. That's it. That's the top 100 holders.
Top
100 holders. If you do that to only the top 100 holders, it'll save everything. Why do it to all the holders?
Should I come on and have a chat without yelling, please? Understand nothing.
Because then you're going to have the top 100 holders saying that's not fair. They're going to be doing the same exact thing.
Well, they shouldn't have put millions of dollars into this.
Bro, you hear what you're saying right now?
Yeah, I'm being two-sided.
Come on, man. Poodles. I'm trying to help you out here, man. Come on.
Oh, man.
If I bring Plan B, then can you keep it together?
For me, but not for me, man. That's not cool. But I hear what you're saying, man. I feel you, bro. Trust me. I feel you. I had plans to, man. Man, if this thing launches in January, I had plans to, and then he got pushed back. I'm like, oh shit, plans have changed, but that's just it. Nothing ever goes as planned. So plan for everything. You know what I plan for? I plan for 2 years from now. I mean, I know people don't want to hear that, but I'm okay. I know you don't want to hear that shit, but anytime I invest in anything, I always give myself an exit That's the only way I've been able.
Okay, now now there is no exit, bro.
What are you talking about?
Your exit was taken away from you, man.
No. It'd be different if they said you can't ever take your money out. They're actually, we don't know what the plan is, but my assumption is 5 months, whatever the rollout is. Go ahead.
Can I play a devil advocate real quick?
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, fella.
So here's the only thing. This is like the real problem I see with being invested, right? When I just sit here and think about it. So we launch. We can't we can't sell all our stuff, right? But let's just say the next 20 people after the launch, right, puts in $5 million, right? They can play up and down all they want with their 5 mil, and everybody else is locked in.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, how's that gonna work with the new holders?
That's kind of a kicker, though. That's
crazy.
Now that's where it gets a little crazy.
Yeah.
That's a very good question, and I think I saw a chat that nothing is set in stone. I think it's still under development.
Yeah,
I'm sure that question has been asked. I'm sure that question's been asked because I actually thought the same exact thing, Fowler.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute, if I came in with $100,000, do I got to wait a year to get it out? Now, if you told me, now here's the thing. Here's how I would approach it as an investor. I would be like, okay, if I'm gonna throw $100,000 into this project, I'm thinking about the rebasing and all the mechanisms for the flex, the flex and the pool and all these things, the fire pit. I'm going to think about all these things. If I'm going to throw $100K into this, guys, it's because I'm thinking long term. Now there will be some. I'm thinking this is a blockchain. This isn't a meme token. I'm throwing $100K into. This ain't Shiba Doge. You know what I'm saying? This is a blockchain. So if I'm going to throw $100K in, this is for legacy money. All right, not buy a boat money. This is legacy money. So, so to talk about if I'm going to throw $100K in, if I were to throw $100K in into any other investment, if I'm going to go buy real estate, it's 2 years, 2 to 4 years. So what the hell y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? I understand. I've made big investments before. I've never got my money out, and I'm gonna speak a point to Poodles here because I hear what he's saying. If I had thrown some money into some real estate and they told me 2 years you start getting your ROI, and then all of a sudden they say actually it's going to be 2 years, but you have to take it out over 3 years, I'm gonna be pissed. I get it.
Well, I got some comments to get to. MK says Greek on this question.
I'm looking to put my money back into it. It's not even like, I'm looking at, I don't need the money to pay my rent or buy a new car. But that's
let me get to some comments.
I want with it.
Let me get to some comments. Greek, honest question. Are you being paid by Brian Vulcan? No, I'm not. Plan B, I sent you the link. If Plan B comes on, I'm just going to mute anybody who talks over him or is I got to be respectful to him. Yeah. Just want that to be said. I know all you guys will be. I'm not saying anything's going to go on. And this is the point that like RJVA, I'm very upset too. Why PowerPool, Firestorm, and Flex wasn't told to us from the very beginning. Now I'm going to end up making more money if I just told. It's one of those things. That's how I view it.
Can you pull?
And then Brian,
Brian,
Kryptonian, valid question, but new people coming on day one will not have received free rebasing throughout the last months. That is the kicker. Like I said before, we're priced in at $2.50 each. They're coming in at $9 in the open market. Now,
right.
Oh man, that's really gonna be screwed up then. That's crazy.
So I mean, this is real. I mean, a lot of it too is a big problem. I don't know if they're looking at, but like for me, I plan on running my own project. I mean, I got Greek here. Greek understands like he see me work, right? He see me out here working. My thing is, for me personally, if it came to it, I would literally put some of my profits of my Vulcan into my own project, which is also on the blockchain. So it's going to make that kind of hard to not even just for me to put in my own project, but even for others to put into other people's projects that as well are on the blockchain. So, I mean, hopefully the team is thinking about that because I get they want to kind of like stall out a bank run or anything like that, but you're also causing a lot of ecosystem problems as well. So hope they're looking at that as well.
Yeah, so the free market for anybody that comes in after day one. That's what's gonna be the kicker.
Also, G-Vol, they don't have access to G-Vol. That's another point that Mega Warzone's trying to bring up. we all get GVol, we get the voting rights. There's the extra liquidity there.
Is GVol gonna be vested too? That's a good question too.
I don't.
No, I don't see why.
That one I don't see why they would have to,
Yeah.
because that's voting rights. So like if you want to spit,
That kind of forces that kind of forces GVol selling there.
Right, for real. So many parameters, I guess.
Hey,
man.
can you pull up this chat from
Which one?
from Jay Legend? Hey, Poodles. So Jay Legend said this. Basically, Poodles, like some is only venting of what folks are thinking, of what most folks are. I say many folks are thinking this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't sold to us on vesting. Go in Discord, and this is what you'll hear a lot of. Fudders will have a party on Vulcan. And no, I don't think Fudders will have a party on Vulcan. I think if anyone's going to tear this project down, it's the holders. We can build or we can destroy. My point of this, and Poodles, I feel you, man, because just the other day you were talking about, man, hey, look, I'm going to dump. And then Dio came on and said, you know what? Expect Mitty to dump. It's normal, right? It pretty much brought, he was able to articulate what you've been trying to say, right? Because when you said, I'm going to dump my bag, you weren't saying I'm going to dump my bag. I'm going to take some profit. I'm going to buy back in. I'm in it for the long run. Right.
I should have used better terminology to put fear. Oh, it's going to dump. No, I'm taking profits. That's what everybody in this community should be doing. Take some profits, and then with those profits, reinvest at a lower price.
All right, guys. I got a special guest to bring on, so let's remember to be respectful. And Jason's in the house.
What's up, Jason?
Hey, buddy.
Plan B.
How are we all? Kudos. I love the fire, buddy. I totally understand where you're coming from, by the way. Like we haven't even made decisions per se, like 100%. We've just raised the conversation of what's the best way to do things. Like, understand in the last maybe 6 months, we've seen a lot of stuff happen within the crypto market and also in the free trading market in like the entire stocks and shares and stuff overall with everybody. So we've got to learn from those experiences that we've had before in the past and go, how do we make sure that we are not negatively affected by something like that and just taking on past knowledge? So literally, like you say, oh, well, we've made this decision months ago. You've come up with this decision months ago, and now we're just springing on it. No, this is not the case. Like just take a look at, for example, the recent unpegging of like 4 stable coins, right? Stuff that is meant to, like USDC, stuff which is meant to be 100% safe with your assets, right? And when you see stuff like that, you start to question, is what we're doing the safest method possible for everybody? So it's not about withholding people's funds or throttling them back. It's about, what can we do to ensure that when we launch a brand new blockchain, which, you know, people have sacrificed their own funds for, but also we've spent millions in making at the same time, how can we ensure that when we launch, we are at the safest point moving forward? Now, you could go, and we've got to be dynamic in the way that we think about things too, right? It's not like, okay, this is set in stone, but we could be flexible in the way that it goes. So for example, month 1, I'm just throwing out stuff. Like, imagine we're in a little team meeting right now and we're just having a little conversation, right? Let's say month 1, we go, all right, let's put a 20% cap on it for the very first month. And then price works positively for us. Then we could go, well, we can release that and then just continue as normal. Like we were initially very first plan to. Remember, like we're talking about, we wanted to initially launch a very basic, in comparison to a blockchain that we've created now, a very basic with like one focus of utility back in January, you know, around there, December, January. So things have evolved quite rapidly since then. And a lot of different dynamic things have happened. So you could do that. you could also go, okay, let's tier it and go 20% and then 20%, 20%, 20%. Do that over 5 months, make it a sustainable rollout, because a lot of these tokens are effectively gifted in a way, like you've sacrificed for it, but they have to be accounted for. So we've just got to kind of weigh out what is the best way to do it. Now, let's say, for example, the blockchain we hit a bull run, right? And crypto starts popping. Like, it doesn't make sense to throttle it in that sense, right? But at the same time, you got to think about the people that have invested, like maybe yourself, Poodles. I don't know how much you've done yourself personally, like 50K, whatever, 200K, fucking $500,000, whatever. We've got to take responsibility in going, like in having the best action of what we can do to protect that. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, as in, it's not about us trying to screw you. Nobody's trying to screw anybody. It's just about, are we being irresponsible, just going day one and letting shit happen? And it's not about free market. Like, we want to have free market. Like, obviously, everyone wants to have free market. That would be the best thing possible. But remember, we're launching with leverage, you know? Like, it's not like we're launching at a straight $1 for $1 sort of thing, you know? So we have to take that into account too. So we're all open for everybody's opinions and what they personally think would be the best way. And we've always listened to people. But this is something like we've come up, we've gone, okay, like, for example, Mondays we have tech meetings, Wednesdays we have team meetings. That's just the way it is. And then we have meetings in between as required. So, like, something will come up, we have to discuss it, we have to talk about it. So when we came up, on Monday we had a tech meeting and we talked about implementing we injected the rebasing capabilities on a protocol level, right? We discussed, this is what's working, this is what needs to be tweaked in order to make sure that it is working, that it is sustainable. And then I guess it's always been like, it'd be irresponsible of us to not think of the burden of even the person that you say has $100, but that person that has $100 might mean a lot to them. You can't say a person that has $100, it doesn't mean a lot to them versus a person that put in $10,000. That everyone has to have equal weight. So the conversation, literally, and I'm telling you, 2 conversations had place. One conversation was, can we do it, as in on a technical level? And another conversation is this the right thing to do? So on a technical level, we decided, like, we can't go, okay, if we are, say, doing a strategic rollout, people are going to chuck the shits if they can't flex, they can't do power pool, like stuff like that. So we have to make sure on a technical level that they can still get those rewards, because otherwise we are screwing people, right? So there's that. So tick, yes, we can do that. And then the other part is, can we make it so that it reflects that you still have 100% of your bag, but, you know, that you are getting the flex, you are getting the power pool options, you are getting the claiming abilities and everything like that. And what is the right number? Do we just start with, for the first month? And it's like, you're thinking of it as, a lot of people think of a rollout as in, it's getting rolled out on this date. No, like, you've got to understand that a brand new blockchain, once it's live, it's probably not working at its best 100% capabilities until at least 6 months into it. You know, it just means that on a technical level, we can't make physical changes to the protocol, because once that's live, if you've done something wrong, you're fucked. If you've got a vulnerability, it has to be patched. But if you really screw something up, like rebasing or something like that, you've just killed everything. Everything that you've worked for the last year and a bit has gone down the dunny. But so do we have to, is it naive of us to think about what is the best strategy in making sure that we launch on day one, right? But we strategically roll it out like we are doing with testnet. You know, is it unfair to just go, okay, think of it as a faucet. You're doing 5%. Let's just say, for example, just throwing a number out there, right? let's just say we open it up for 5%, because a lot of people, like, fact is, a lot of people are waiting. A lot of people are getting antsy. A lot of people want some sort of ROI or a little bit of cash flow or whatever it is, and their money's been stuck for a bit of time. So can you think of it as this is a second tier of a test net, in that you're just getting 5% allocation, and then we're progressively rolling into it? Or do we just go, fuck it, chuck our hands in the air and go, that's it, it's done. Let the price do whatever. I'm confident that the price is going to be more positive rather than negative, like traditionally, if you take statistics based on others. But I can't guarantee the future. But then again, I couldn't guarantee that USDC was going to fucking depeg to 88 cents. You know?
Right.
Like,
That's 100% true.
so taking the emotion out of it, I get where the emotion comes from, because you're like, you didn't tell me, you're screwing me, you're making your own games, you're not involving us, you're holding up what you promised, you're not delivering what you promised. But it's not about that. It's literally about, how do you start, and instead of full on sprinting, because this isn't a 100-meter dash, right? This is like something we want to maintain. And the first 12 months is going to be the most critical months. Now, when it comes to, like, you got to take into account other things as well. So it all depends on what exchange we list on as a CEX and stuff like that. You know, you don't want to show growth as in like 110% in 1 month and then 10% in month 2, and then have that fluctuation. You kind of want to have steady growth over years. And anybody that effectively what you're describing is a pump and dump, whether it dumps first and then pumps up or whatever. You just want to maintain the steadiness. Now, depending on the CEX, like if you list with, I don't know, untiered or a tier 3 CEX, you're probably going to get bugger all traction, right? But if you list with a tier 1 or tier 2 CEX that has a lot of visibility in the stuff, a lot of people are going to be seeing this, and they themselves are probably going to get security investing in something where they're not getting dumped on themselves, because that's going to be something they're going to be thinking about too. So all we're doing literally right now, and in particular for Poodles, is like, this is an open conversation. This is just something that we got to think about, and we got to think 3 steps ahead instead of just going hell for leather and just hoping something works. And you know, when we the funny thing is, like, when we speak to like the other founders have friends, and the other friends have people money, and they, oh, but you know, so and so's invested $50,000 and they're not gonna be able to get that. Yeah, but who's the guarantee that they'll get that at that first day anyway? You know, are they planning to take 50K? Like, you know, we're starting to think of emotion instead of logic. And I don't know, we've got a lot to learn, especially what's happened, let alone in the last week. The last week, as with a USDC depegging, is probably the most stressful, because you got to understand, like, a lot of the way that we pay for these sort of things and development costs moving forward is locked in a stable coin, right? And when you see USDC depeg to 88 cents, you go, holy crap. We've seen this happen before. You know, we've seen it literally go to zero. So how do we protect ourselves? And what's the best method moving forward? And is there flexibility? For example, it launches. We have a soft launch effectively on the first month. It pops, it gains traction. And then we go, oh, you know what? Screw it. We can see liquidity coming in evenly. So we'll just get rid of the tiers. Or we do, say, 20% over 5 months. That's one option. Or we do 5% and then 20% and then 40%. Like, you know, it's just all about strategy and doing the best thing that's for everybody. Best thing for Poodles, best thing for Greek, best thing for the mates of the mates that have invested, because, like, you know, they know that we're putting a lot of effort into doing this. Like, you know, Age, Damien, myself, we've got friends. When they see us focusing so much energy on delivering a product, they don't necessarily go, well, you're wasting your time. Like, they may be potentially invested themselves. So we've got to look after, we're not just looking after Poodles, right? We're looking after everybody. and including ourselves in our own investment, in terms of like, this is a project that we want to have for effectively, like, this is starting from the day that we start is the day that we truly have started. Everything that we've done has just been all prep and work, like an Olympian. They train for 4 years, and this is their day. So we just got to make sure we do it right, because you don't want to pull a hamstring jumping off the blocks.
Well said. Well said.
I'm open up to your thoughts. I'm here. I'm not hiding anywhere.
So basically, I just want to know, like, people that's not invested in Vulcan right now, like, say people, once we launch the new investors, so they're free to basically, buy and sell as they please, take profits as they please, while we have to wait 20%.
No, but you have the same ability to do the same as well, as the same as a day one person.
Right. That's
a day one person, they have the ability to buy. They can't sell because they haven't got anything in it. So they have the ability to buy, they have the ability to sell. You have the same ability as them. You're not taken away. The only difference is that you've been around longer than them. So you've gained more capital from rebasing up until a certain point. So you've gained more initiative. So you've got you're invested in it stronger than them. Because a person that put in, well, you take in like, and this is a thing, right? You go, if you do the maths and go, well, how many X's have you made from the very first one, right? You go, what, has it made 32X or something like that? So what are you being capped at? Capped at like bringing that down to 12X for the first month or something like that? You're still up. You're not negative. So, we're just taking that into account. That's all.
Thanks so much, Jason, for coming on. I appreciate this.
Like, Poodle's like, you seem more super chill now. I love it.
I mean,
like, what's running through your head, man?
What's running through my head is I've seen a lot of successful blockchains that are successful today that had a launch. And what do they do in the normal market? The early investors dumped or took their profits on day one, and then they leveled out, and then they started that gradual up into the right pattern that everyone's looking for. None of those other blockchains that had their initial profit taking in the earlier days of their blockchain were not successful because of, day one profit taking. It's a normal thing to happen in the crypto space,
But were they rebased prior to that event?
Absolutely not. But there was profits to be made because instead of rebasing, they offered their initial token at 5 cents and launched at 25 cents.
So they did.
So that covers the whole rebasing thing with that. So what they did was they allowed their initial investors to take their profits, and then they moved forward after that day, and they were successful, and they are still successful to this day. And I know that the whole Vulcan team is intelligent. You guys are super intelligent, and you guys were aware when you were offering these things to us on Sacrifice Day that these issues were going to be brought to attention in the future.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why we've adapted accordingly throughout this whole process. Like, we've never stopped and just like, we've always pivoted based on what technology we're implementing or what progress we are. But like, as well, like,
you guys have been doing fantastic.
We can't compare a blockchain from 5 years ago, like Ethereum or BNB or Binance Smart Chain or something like that. We can't compare. Like, we have to compare with now, in the market now. Like, I get what you're saying. It makes sense. And maybe that's something we have to raise and consider. Like, like you mentioned X amount of wallets and stuff. But like, the thing is, like, as soon as we start going, you're a top tier wallet, 5% of a top tier wallet is a lot of big bananas, man. Like, and like, then you're discriminating by that. So then are you opening yourself up to any sort of legal issues? Like, generally the way I think of it, if it affects everyone, it has to affect everyone. And when I mean everyone, it affects even our own treasury, right? Because, there's money there where we could do stuff in order to make, like, to do more marketing and so on. So it goes down the train. It goes to everybody. So like everything is affected. It's all equal. But I can't see a solution working where one person. I get where you're coming from. I'm just like looking at like, you know, how many times has something depegged in the last 3 years? Like how many things have crashed? How many things have had issues in terms of like Sam Bankman-Fried and stuff like that, and exchanges and everything like that. You know, how can we guarantee that a CEX, even though they say on day one that they're going to do something, they actually have done something? You know, I'm probably honestly more for doing essentially like a soft launch, if I'm just like spinning the beans with you now and just going, well, you know what? Let's just do a trial at 5%. Let people play. So it's like a faucet, but it's not a faucet. Effectively, it's a real life thing, and then just seeing what happens, and then opening it up from there. I'm a lot more on the cautious level than the just Hail Mary level, because there's a lot of other things at stake in order to making sure that it works. There's a lot of active components. Like rebasing is one thing, never been done by anybody, and we've seen why it's never been done by anyone. Because honestly, frankly, it's freaking hard. Like it is completely hard. There's no Solidity code made for rebasing at all, zero. Right. So this is all 100%. So we've got to test it on a testnet level, right? But then we've got to literally see, and like if there's something that we need to patch or fix or whatever in a real life, because once you turn things on, it's different than a testing environment. So, you know, are we being unreasonable in protecting people's assets in that first month at least? Like, I don't know. I don't think so. But I'm on the more cautious side. I always am. Like, you know, some people just go out there and buy a TV and then don't think about their cash flow for the next 6 months because they earn in bank. You know, I'm more of a person that I go, well, can I afford it? Can I do this? Can I do that? Blah, 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 withhold, wait. And I tend to be on the more cautious level. So if you want to blame cautiousness, blame it on me. I don't care. But, you know, the four of us founders, per se, discussed this as a possibility, as an option. And we've never made a decision aside from adding value ever in the past without consulting anybody else, including our community. You know, when we add value, well, fuck it, take it or leave it. I don't care if you don't use PowerPool. That's up to you, because other people will. You know, that's an added value. But now we've got to be thinking logically instead of added security and added stability and effectively doing a soft rollout. Because sure, we could launch it just like every other blockchain and do that. But remember, you're still up. We're not taking away anything from you. That is still there. So like you're still going to be claiming the benefits of 100% of your bag in terms of everything else. Sure, like Brian mentioned, we are coaching the mentality of what our blockchain has to offer. That, you know, I could ask the six of us here, do you trade futures? I don't touch futures. I'm not a gambling person. I don't give a shit. But there's people out there that's where they make bank, you know. It's high risk, high reward. So where do we draw the line? And where do we ease on the safe caution? That's all. You know, just thinking logically, not holding. But this is the thing. Like I said, everything like I just saying we could do 5% month one, and then go. You know what? Everything looks good. People are interested. Bang! Fucking see you later. Sorry, Greek. You're probably not getting.
Yeah, but 5% of the top 10 holders is like, I don't know, man. It's just because they're being able to take a whole lot more profit than 5% of someone.
But they're also putting a whole lot more at risk too, right? Are they not? Like it's all relative. Like this is the thing though. If you have a person that makes $1,000 a week, and then they've put in 1 week of that, it's all opportunity cost. What could they do? What could they do? Like, you know, $100 to somebody is a lot of money. 5% taking a bit of that's a lot of money. 5% of $500,000 is a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, regardless if they do it all in one hit, or do it all like we do a soft launch, like, you know, I don't think it makes any difference regardless.
Well,
Can
but
you
the following month, say that they, you know, you soft launch at only being able to sell 5% of your bag.
Hey.
The following month, when you go to sell another 5%, or if you change it to 10% or whatever it is that you know you guys think is best for the community, where that could be a dramatic, a huge difference in token value 30 days later. So
But
the
it's going
people
to be
that
a
were
huge difference in
expecting
token. You
to
said
sell at $9 or in between the $9, $8, or $10 range are going to have a completely different value a month later.
Can
you
someone
said
please explain soft launch? Everyone's in the chat is saying what's soft launch. So can someone please just like do a basic soft launch definition?
well, soft launch is literally not going hardcore from day one. So a hard launch would be to just turn it on, step back, and just see what the hell happens, right? And then we work. What our job then becomes is, aside from projects and making sure CXs can list correctly, and there's a lot of technical aspects on the background. But you know, there's marketing that we're invested into it, and like there's a lot of other things that we're doing in the background to ensure stability, which we can only do from the day that we start, right? So hard launch is just going hell for leather, turn it on, just like Binance did or Ethereum did, and just hope for the best. A soft launch would be to have a strategy in terms of, like, say for example, and people think this is nuts, right? But let's say you open up a pizza shop, right? And then you've got all your stock there. Do you burn all your stock and make a ton of money in day one and then have your business have nothing for 5 more days of the week until your next delivery of stock comes? Or do you limit the amount you can sell, creating scarcity, and then people buy it, and then the talk comes, and I'll come in the next day and I'll buy some more? Like, that's a soft launch. That's not burning everything that you have in one hit. So when you look at everything from a micro and macroeconomics level, you have to think, like, what is the best strategy moving forward, like, and what's going to give you the best return as well? Like, are we going to get a better return by reducing a huge vulnerability, whether it's selling or buying or whatever? Because, you know, we could be effectively capping our buying as well as our selling based on vulnerability, right? For example, if the price drops to 10 cents and then rockets back up, we make our money based on volume, correct? Yes. There's fees involved in terms of that. So we're limiting ourselves as well when in terms of a business level. Whereas, like, if it went from, honestly, if it started at $9, went down to 10 cents, and then skyrocketed up to $20, I would be happy. I'd love that. That'd be amazing. In terms of volume wise, for a business that makes its money based on volume, then that's perfect. It also feeds more money into the power pool, blah, 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 blah. But is it the smartest move, right? Are people going to be spooked? Is it going to cause issues such as depegging? There's people out there, man, that sold USDC under 95 cents. They have lost millions of dollars because they're scared of the stability of that. So what's more valuable? A bit of stability versus a bit of fluctuation? That's something we can only kind of talk about and discuss prior to the day that we launch. And then as it happens, be reactive. Like Kryptonian says, pivots. We pivot on a daily basis. The day that I wake up without a headache would be nice. But like, it's always changing, but we got to think logically for the better.
Yeah, I don't think that people would be spooked from seeing profit taking on a day one launch, because real investors, true investors that have been in this space for a long time understand that when projects launch, there's some profit taking, and then like a few days later, you get back to a normal chart situation, and then they understand what the project's about, what their future has been brought to us through the roadmap. They understand. It's been done hundreds of times where where projects have profit taking, and then they just
and
go
that's
right
that's
into
easy
normal
to explain
trading
to a
scenario.
degener, right? That's easy to explain to a degener,
Mhm.
right? That's very
That's
easy.
exactly the case.
But for some other people, it's harder. That's all. Like we've got to find that even ground.
I know, but
For a degen, yeah.
I don't think anybody here is concerned with anyone
No
that doesn't
one here is
understand what's
concerned,
going
man.
on the first few days of our blockchain.
Bro, nobody that's invested in a blockchain prior to a blockchain launching is concerned. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put their money in that sense, right?
Yeah,
They're
that's-
effectively taking a gamble. They're taking a gamble that something better is going to come out of a product that's going to be delivered. And you know what? Honestly, like sometimes it frustrates me because they go, well, "You haven't launched yet. You haven't done this. You haven't done that." And I'm like, you know what? Like, would it be so naive to just throw my hands up in the air and go, "Fuck it," and just turn it on? You know, it's just like that's not. This is not something like so many other things are impacted. Like Uxie Labs is impacted, like in terms of as a development company. Like so many other things are impacted. But the question, Degener, did you buy at 88 cents USDC? Did you make 20% profit there?
This guy did.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you did. Man, I had a mini heart attack through this whole thing. I'm not even in bloody USDC myself personally, right? But I see it goes to 88 cents, and then I see it to go up to 97 cents 12 hours later. Meanwhile, the four of us, Brian, Adrian, Damien, myself, are having a conversation because we have funds in this business in USDC. And do we take a loss and then go to Tether? You know, we have to like kind of, this is shit we didn't have to think about 5 years ago. We didn't have to think about bank runs, even though bank runs weren't even the top of our mind. What we're thinking about is initially launching in the manner that would be the best attractiveness for everybody, for people to be able to get a bit of money, sure, but also to build on other CEXs or what their requirements are in terms of being on a tier 1 exchange, right? There's a lot of things we have to think about. So
Jason, there was a question Biz asked it a while back, but you were spewing knowledge. So I don't want to interrupt. How would a soft launch affect node holders? Would it really affect them at all?
no, it wouldn't make any difference. It just means that like the nodes get paid based on validations of transactions. Effectively, that's what they're doing. They're working. So effectively, like anybody, like us as a business, if we were limiting, the thing is, like, are we limiting or are we actually gaining volume potentially? Like, would you expect instead of the price dropping dramatically to grow? Like, these are questions I don't know because I can't see into the future. But like, let's say, for example, one side of the coin is it starts at $9, goes down to whatever, and then restabilizes or grows, right? The other side of the coin is that it maintains or grows from day one, and then slowly profit is taken or what. I don't know the strategy of every single individual person. Like, if it was me, I know my strategy, but I don't know how other people work. But to answer the question, yes and no, because like the question is, are we limiting volume, right? If we're limiting volume, then obviously that affects a node, right? But then again, if we're not limiting volume, they get paid regardless doing transactions, whether it's people sending, selling, moving things around, doing whatever it is they do. They validate transactions. So it really probably makes no difference to a node holder. They probably don't care. You know, a node holder would probably prefer to have a stable blockchain that's going to last for 5 or 10, 15, 20 years and adapt to technology rather than what they care about, what's going to happen day one, whether it makes $20 million of volume or 5 million or 1 million.
And I always assumed a run-up period, a build-up period, that's always built in, 6 months to get to full strength, and I'm glad that one of the main points that I'm glad you said is thinking about the long-term sustainability, and that should be on everybody's mind is you guys are thinking about the important things in the blockchain, not just, okay, let's launch this, let's get it out there, let's see what happens. You don't want to take any chances. So that's a good point that you brought up, is not taking any chances.
How is profit taking on an early day of the blockchain gonna affect the longevity of the blockchain? It's normal.
When you say yeah, I get it. You're taking profit, but if the price dips, me going to my friends who aren't in crypto at all and saying, here, this blockchain opportunity, you got to come in. The first thing they're going to do is see a dip in the chart. That money's not coming in then. But if they see it rising, now they're coming in. And if they see it's more secure,
explain to people that are getting into these markets that there's no way that you could say that the longevity of Vulcan blockchain depends on us not having profit taking in the early days. It's normal. It's perfectly normal for profit taking in the early days of a blockchain. I'm talking about day 1, day 2, day 3, and then move from there. But you think the weekly chart is going to show a huge dump on the second or third month? Absolutely not. People are going to look at the weekly chart, the monthly chart. The blockchain just launched. They're going to see when they look back at the blockchain, yeah, there was profit taking from people who believed in this project in the early days. They took profits. They made money. Yay, that's what we like to see, people making money. And then it's stabilizing as time goes on. It's not going to scare people away. If you look at the early days of any project that launches that had early investors that had incentives to get into the project, and no matter what project it was or what blockchain it was, there was profit taking in the early days. None of those projects held back what the market was going to do for the early investors.
Just chuck in one other thing, another twist to the spanner, right? What happens, like, for example, we want to inject more liquidity into it as well too, right? So like, if we're injecting more liquidity, would it be better to inject more liquidity on a stable basis rather than a completely unstable basis? Like, in terms of a person that's trying to get it. What I'm saying is that, like, if you were to limit your not limit per se, but if you were to like do a soft launch, then you would soft launch with X amount of liquidity to make it sustainable. And isn't it protecting your price as well at the same time? Like, do you want to buy? Let's say you had $1 million, right? Would you sell $1 million at 10 cents when it was worth 9? No. Would you sell at 50 cents? What's your number that you would sell it? And that's what I'm saying. So like, when we have the ability to sell or buy or do whatever, we also have the ability to inject liquidity where necessary. So the problem is with a blockchain is that until you start earning revenue, you're not making money, right? So until you start working, you're not actually making money. So a soft launch allows you to make a little bit of money and then put that back into the business, make a bit of money, put a bit of it back into the business, and keep it on an even Steven sort of ground. Whereas a completely free market thing is just go hell for leather and then hope that people affect, like, and you got to look at it from a person invested, right? So like yourself, you want to hope that there's more buyers than sellers. Otherwise, you're screwing with your price. That's what they're saying, right? Correct? Am I wrong?
I mean, you're right, and there's two sides to everything.
Well, I mean, some people want it. Some people want it to
I'm glad you
so they
said
can
that you
buy
wanted
more
to
at the same time
liquidity.
too, right? So
if you're going to inject liquidity, let's get it over with. Inject the liquidity, let the profit taking happen, and we move forward from there. Vulcan is going to be successful, no matter whether you soft launch, whether you make it a free market and just go gun ho. This project's going to be successful because you guys are offering something that's different than everything else. I believe in I believe in you. I believe in Brian wholeheartedly. But I think outside the box, I guess. I don't know, but I think
it's not one thing outside the box.
Jason, is it true you only have a finite amount of liquidity right now, so you have to be smart with how it's used and utilized at the beginning?
Oh, I mean, we don't have unlimited liquidity.
That's part of the issue. That's why I'm in agreement with this.
Unless you're pegged to a Paxos or something like that, And even then, like look at USDC. Nothing is a given. Nothing is guaranteed in life. So all you got to do is kind of go, what is the best option at that time? So I don't know. For me, the way I look at it, I kind of get it. Like I'm 50-50 in the sense. I kind of would like to just rip the Band-Aid off and just see whatever happens. But I understand how much more successful it will be, because you got to think of the visibility. When you first turn on a blockchain, you're only going to get X amount of visibility. When you have a blockchain running for a month or two, you're probably going to get 10 times that visibility, at least, generally speaking, right? And with that comes everything else that comes with it. So, you know, doesn't mean that you can't sell out later on. Of course, you can sell out later on. Like it's, you're not going. If you saw a chart on Ethereum and day one, and it went, and instead of it just going straight down and then back up, if you saw it go stagnant for a month and then went down and up, it makes a difference, right? Like when you look at it 5 years later, who cares? But you know, at the end of the day, we don't have unlimited resources. We don't have unlimited funding. We don't have unlimited money. We don't have unlimited, you know, eyes on us as well at the same time. And we're not in a bull run right now. Well, as far as I'm concerned, right? And we're not 5 years ago where people are like, DeFi is a completely different space. Like DeFi is one thing, but you don't want the DeFi market, right? You want all of the market. You don't want to target one particular thing. And one.
Uh-oh.
We lost him.
Spewing gold, spewing gold. Hopefully we get
interesting. Interesting. What you guys
I know
think?
there's say he's talking about just releasing it, giving full access to our funds 5 months later. There's going to be, I'll call it, profit taking in a heavy way. Would you guys rather see the big dip on day one, like normal regular blockchains and every other project that has investors?
The difference is they build the liquidity
or
up and they add the liquidity. So 5 months in, the liquidity is much thicker. We're much more stable. We have a lot more volume. We have a lot more projects built. You have a bigger base, so those cells will not have as big of an impact.
But there's going to be a problem when they release that on that day that they release us to have full profit taking. There's going to be just the same amount of volatility as there would be day one. You're going to see a big red candle, and this would happen tonight. By the way, for everybody out there that was calling me or whatever they were calling me, this is happening because I was telling you all the truth. Okay, I know the truth sometimes hurts people's feelings, but everybody realizes, including the team, that there's going to be red candles on day one. And that's not a negative thing. It's profit taking. It's what we're all here to do, make money. We're not here to not make money. We're here to make money. Okay, plain and simple.
Yeah, and just for everybody watching, I want it to be known, I respect the way Poodles thinks. There's a lot of people out there who actually share his opinion. Mm-hmm. Not everybody has to agree, and that's what makes this great. I mean, there's two sides. Like, how do you do it? There's no right or wrong way. And you can even plan B, having the conversation. The fact that he came on here and is willing to have an open conversation, mad respect for that. And you could see with the teams facing it, they know. Me and Kryptonian were talking pre-show about, we're bringing this up and we understand that there's going to be that other side. We fully knew about it. We didn't anticipate this was even an option. We were just talking about hypotheticals here just to create a topic of discussion. And then,
and my approach to it, Poodles, is you're right. You're speaking facts, but and one thing is facts don't care about your feelings. And you're right about that. You're right about that. And there are two sides. I asked you a question probably a few minutes before Jason jumped on. Mm-hmm. And I was like, basically the statement was, or the point was, you can't have it both ways. You want to cap the top 10 holders or whatever it is. But
I was being sarcastic.
I know. And so I like what Jason was coming. He has to be, if it's going to be for all, it has to be for everyone. So I see their point. There could be some legal ramifications for that. But I don't know you. You don't know me, other than what we know as far as YouTube, right? We talk
I
about
love
our
you,
life, our
brother.
stories.
Honestly, I love each and every one of you guys.
Of course, and
I
I
say
believe
that, and I mean that.
I believe you, man, 100%. I don't have any reason not to believe that. And you know how I'm always saying belief is the enemy of knowing. You've given me no reason to believe otherwise. So my approach to this whole thing is, I not only own a node, I have some money vested. I'm also planning on launching some projects on Vulcan. So I'm coming it from every side of the table here. Okay. I'm also launching a blockchain with another community on my own. So I'm coming in with a lot more insight than I think everybody on this panel. Unless you guys are launching a blockchain, I mean, if so, then I don't mean to speak, out of turn. So I'm coming from a different perspective here. So that's why even Jason alluded to it. Look, USDC pegging just a few days ago, when you decided to say, hey man, I'm going to take profit. And that's what you said. You didn't say anything. That's how I heard it. I didn't hear you were dumping your bag. I heard you were taking profit. Yeah. I've taken profit. We all have. But when you made that statement, right? And then 2 days later, USDC's depegging, things change in the entire market as a whole. So the team, and I hear what Jason's saying, they're like, oh shit, we really need to. They're not trying to just protect those that vested early, those that rebased. They're thinking about the baby that they're trying to grow here, Vulcan itself. There's no way this thing is going to. They don't want a failure to launch. So I hear what Jason's saying. He's coming at it from a very practical sounds like a very logical person. He's thinking about it all the way around, and err on the side of caution. I'm exactly the same way, right? And then I hear what you're saying. You threw money into this. This is what they told us. Now it's changing again.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? I
apologize to all the community.
You don't have to apologize, bro. You don't have to apologize. That's the and I'm going to say this until crypto as a whole goes to zero.
Never going to happen.
Right. It's not going there. My point is that what I love about cryptocurrency and the blockchain, I never would have met a Poodles, a Pride, a Greek, a Fowler, or even a Jason who's out in Australia if it had not been for crypto. The point is that the blockchain has brought us all together. There are some things that there's going to be some adapting going on here. We're going to have to pivot. And the hope is that they make the right pivots. I would love to be able to take out, trust me, I would love to be out day one. If I could take out all my profit on day one, right? I'm not talking about dump my entire, but take profit, right? Leave my initial and all that, whatever, just take the profit. However I would do it. But I have people that I'm responsible. This is me personally. I'm responsible to that I actually got them involved, investing into safuu X, now Vulcan. And even in my own community at the Crypto Lead, we have a project, right? Where we're the founders, we're the core, we're the floor on our project. All right. We have a responsibility to our community. And I told them that, if you invest in our token, I'm talking about my family, right? And my friends, that you have to trust that we're going to do everything possible to ensure the longevity of this project. That's me with my little bitty token in my community. That's doing great. Now we're talking about, now let's look at Vulcan. And I hear what Jason's saying. He has to consider everyone involved. The guy that just put $100 in, or the guy like yourself that put thousands times 10 in, right? So you can imagine the pressure that guy's feeling, and for him to come up here and say, hey, you want to blame anybody, blame me. I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of balls to come up here and to talk to you, because you're pissed, and you're not just you, Poodles. Everybody behind you is pissed. I'm watching the chats, man. You're speaking what everybody's feeling right now. So I love you for that, man, because not everybody has the balls to do it, and not everybody has the platform, but yet you're doing it. Remember, They need us more than we need them. But with that power comes responsibility. All right. Exactly. This is my opportunity to say, yes, I'm pissed. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but I have to go, okay, I'm an adult here. What has changed up at this point? What's changed in the market where the team has to make these types of decisions? Oh yeah, USDC just depegged. Oh yeah, you got bank runs going on. Oh yeah, FTX. So I saw this coming down the road. I knew there were going to be changes with the FTX thing.
And for anybody wondering, they have funds in USDC though, so that's where the funds are
Stress.
currently sitting. Yeah.
Oh,
So that's why there's added stress on the team.
To be okay.
And I don't want anybody thinking I'm missing super chat. So if I can just read the two that, well, Saying says, I feel you, Poodles. I invested 20K and been here since day one and never sold. And did I mention I got scammed, spent 11K to get our node back? I'm glad we got our node back for. It's a crazy roller coaster, but it will all be worth it. And then Chris Marquis comes in, look at the market and the situation in the world. We got to let the team be able to adjust for the best of all of us. Let's freaking go. I agree. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Just call it the best for all of us it's a nice, easy, soothing thing to say to the community.
It's not.
I guess in a way, it's best for long-term growth.
Facts don't care about the feelings. Let's take the feelings out. It's logical. They're thinking about everybody, not just Poodles, not just about me. They're thinking about everybody, not just everybody. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they're also thinking about the vehicle they have built that they want to take to the moon, everybody to the moon on. So it's not just about you, me, them, and they over there. You know, I don't really talk about pronouns, but my point is they're talking about the project. At the end of the day, I'm just going to say it. The team's loyalty is not to you, Poodles. It's to Vulcan, the project. That's their baby. That's who they have to make sure gets up in the morning and they feed. So as much as that hurts our feelings, I understand why they make decisions.
Yeah, I know, but it's going to be successful no matter how they launch, though. You're right about that. You're right about that. I mean, because you're right. This is the first rebasing blockchain, right? It's going to be successful no matter what.
Right. And now it would be.
If it came on day 1 or on day 60, it's going to come.
I would say
is going to come.
6 months ago, I would be like 1,000% right. But with everything happening in the crypto space right now, I'm not going to say I don't know, but I'm going to say, you know what? There's going to be some changes. You got the SEC. As you know, we're in the States here, man. You know how that shit is. The government's trying to choke out the on and the off ramp of crypto. All right. Thankfully, Vulcan is in the DeFi space. So you got to understand that these. I mean, well, I know you understand.
In the DeFi space, but they're regulating it now.
Right,
so we're in a regulated project in the DeFi space, because with them doing this, it's gonna be a regulated project now. We're regulated on how much we could buy, regulated on how much we could sell, and I think it's in the best interest of everybody and the project. Like he said, just pull the plug and see what happens. And I can predict what's going to happen. The same way I predicted that we were going to have profit taking day 1, that everyone was saying Poodles is crazy, Poodles is this, but who was the real delusional ones? And they're mad at me for calling people delusional. Well, that's what it was. You guys were delusional.
You're not delusional, man.
Going to the moon on day 1. If
Compton agrees with you. It should be a free market regardless of what happens. I know a lot of people share that thought. And
if you're going to say the word, here's the issue I have with saying the phrase. Sorry, Greek. When you go around throwing phrases like free market, think about what you're saying
anymore.
When you throw phrases around like free market, you better include the entire market. What's happening with USDC, with the bank runs, with the government coming in. You can't say free market, let me buy and sell. Hold on, free market is everything happening that's gonna affect your trade, buy or sell. My point is this. If we're doing that, and that's how I see it, free market means everything as a whole. I have to understand that the team, because they're building this thing, they're thinking of everything as a whole. They're not just thinking about us, that sacrifice. I know, and then don't think for a moment, Poodles, that they don't appreciate us. The fact that they've taken us this far, they wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us. 1,000%. They threw us the freaking line. We took it. Now we're here. We're here. Now we're in the water. We're waiting to get pulled out, right? They wouldn't be here without us, right? Bottom line. But the unfortunate thing is, regarding Vulcan, is there's a lot more things that will affect Vulcan than whether we buy or sell right now. There's a lot
Compton
more things.
wants to know what is percentage can roll over, and we don't know
matter how we launch, though. It doesn't matter if there's a soft launch or hard launch.
You're right.
It's relevant, you know.
Right.
All that is to make the chart look better, in my opinion.
For who though? For who? Who is it supposed to look better for?
The world.
For guys like me that want to build projects on this. I mean, I'm going to look at I'm telling
you.
I
know, but guys like you that want to build projects expect profit taking on day 1 launch of a blockchain, correct? Have you seen it in other projects before? Lots of them.
Of course.
Okay, so what's the difference between?
Well, as a business owner, Poodles, I don't just look at a chart. I'm looking at the financials. I'm looking at the 5-year business plan before I throw any money into any project. I'm looking at a business plan. I'm not looking at, hey, you're going to give me 30%, 44% a year. I want to know how you're going to do it. How are you going to make it 10 years, 44%? That's what I want to know. I'm sorry to interrupt, man, but I hope you hear what I'm saying.
And Provis with a super chat, Poodles, if this helps, he's currently part of another project that initially put vesting in place, then removed it because the community didn't like it. Day one of release, the project pumped and dumped. So there's always that worry.
There's going to be a pump and dump in everything in the early stages of every project, in my opinion. But I mean, Jason's back, so let's give him the floor.
Yeah, sorry, the power company rugged on me. So even my mobile or cell phone towers, as you said, like literally everything died. I was like, fucking hell. Anyway, story of my life. The power company rugged and dumped on me, and apparently it's normal and it's perfectly fine, and I shouldn't learn from it by having a backup generator.
There it is. Plan B. That explains your name. You know, plan B, man. Plan for everything, because nothing ever goes as planned. Is how I live my life, man. I've taught that to my kids, and in crypto, if anything, has taught me that. I've made some money in crypto, but I've also learned in my short time here. I haven't been here 20 years trading. You know, I bought Bitcoin, I held on to it, made some money. I missed the Bitcoin. You know, obviously when it was just dollars for a coin, and now, I mean, I kick myself in the ass every time I think about it. But with Vulcan, I see the opportunity here, 100%. And if anything, I can't imagine getting into Bitcoin and then everybody dumps, you know, everybody sells it and made all these millionaires, and it has, and then now it's not worth shit. I want Vulcan to be the next Bitcoin for me. I want to buy it, and I want it to go to the freaking moon, not just for me, but for 20 years, because I'm not going to be here in 20 years. I'm thinking of the legacy that I hope this thing can forge and move forward.
You're still young. You'll be here.
But, you know, I've been telling you guys, you know, as a guy that's been in technology for his entire adult life, technology changes, and it's gotten better. You know, it has made our lives a lot easier, but it's also made us a lot more lazier, and I wouldn't even say dumber to some degree. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But sorry, Poodles, but you know where I'm coming from, man. I hear you, brother. I hear you.
So Compton brought this up
as well.
Oh, sorry.
I get it in the sense that you say this has happened before. Therefore this is normal, right? But we got to look at things that aren't normal, right? Is it normal for a stable coin to depeg? Is it normal for 5 to happen? Is it normal for Sam Bankman-Fried and other exchanges which have been caught in the dirt? Is this the new normal? Like, because honestly, like I turn on the news these days, or I look at crypto websites reporting stuff, and it feels almost the new normal where people are getting screwed, right? Mm-hmm. So we got to look at ourselves and go, I acknowledge 100% it is normal, but is there something we can do better? That's what I'm saying. So sure, normal to take profit, and there's no reason why someone can't take profit, but what's going to give you a better result is a quick. The thing is, like, will it even dump? Who knows? Like, will it initially pump? Because at the moment you've got only so many eyes on Vulcan right now. Like, so many eyes have not even seen it. So sure, Poodles takes his $1 million, whatever, and then he buys with 500K of that at a cheap price. That's his game plan. I get it. I'm not fucking stupid. I understand how that works. But like, what I'm not trying to limit you of doing that. What I'm trying to do is make sure that for the first couple of months, everything works, right? And whether that means, and this is the most annoying thing. There's nothing more annoying to me, and I've seen it in the comments so many times. When launch, I got money, I got bills to pay. We've been waiting. I always use the same analogy every time. How long have we been waiting for Richard Hart to do his thing? What does he talk about? Does he give answers? No. I mean, he gives answers when he's got positive something to say on his Twitter. But aside from that, it's just showboating, whatever. That's his type of marketing that he's going for. That's cool. But like, you know, we just got to think outside the box. And if the outside of the box is to kind of make sure, like, to have a strategy in place, because that's what I refer to. I hate the word vesting. It's not vesting. Vesting is what high-end people have when they have huge, and basically you can think of a vesting as really for an ICO in a way.
Yeah, stocks.
So somebody has invested, like, say, millions of dollars into it, and then we've come to an agreement with them where they can only take amount of profit to not crash and kill it, right? So we're not doing that with everybody. That's not a vesting. What we're doing is a strategic rollout. So what that means is to start and finish in the best way possible for the business and for the people. And that's something that isn't an answer that's given right now. That's just something that will come to play over time. And at the same time, we've never made decisions without listening and talking to other people first. And we've never made decisions where we haven't involved other people. And we haven't never admitted when we're wrong and changed things. So, if we start at 5% and give people a bit of a taste and get a little bit of profit in their pockets or cash flow and see how things work and then open it up, we're not going to do that without warning as well too. So we're not going to catch people off guard. Like, how much more transparent can we be? Like, what more could you possibly want aside from being in a team meeting?
Exactly. Compton has this question. I think a lot of people are like, so if it's 10 months, let's say you do 10% for the first month you have access to and you don't use it, does that roll over and then you get 20% you can cash out the second month? I think what you're saying is none of the details are locked down anyway, so we don't have that to actually fall back on. So we still need a lot more information. You guys are playing it by ear too.
Like, you're essentially opening up your wallet over time. So, like, if say, for example, we said we'll open up the wallet to 5% for the first month just to see how things go, see how the network performs, for example, right? See how everything works. And then we just went hell for Mary and turned everything on, then that's fine. You have 100% of your bag. If you do it 10%, or 5%, and then 20%, and then 40% or something like that until you eventually get to 100%, you can. But are we at the same time limiting other features? The question is, are we limiting other features of what our blockchain allows you to do? No, because that would just be rude. If I said to you, Poodles, that you can only sell 5% of your bag just as a 1 month thing, just to make sure the shit doesn't hit the fan, right? And then say to you, the blockchain's live, but you can only claim 5% of your fixed flex or the power pool or whatever. You'd be pissed, right? Yes? Yeah, damn right. And
that would get me pissed.
That was one of the first things that I said. Literally was, ask Brian. It was the first thing I said. If you limit other people what they can do, they're going to be pissed off. They're already pissed off as it is, right? It could be $50 and people are going to be pissed off somewhere.
I wasn't pissed. I wasn't pissed off at all, period, until I heard that there was a possibility of this controlling how much we could sell. I've been nothing but positive about this project since March 1st of over a year ago. And you've seen how I speak about the protocol. This is the first and only thing that I've been disappointed in with the project. Other than that, I've loved every single aspect of the community, the project, and the team.
Well, and I understand that, and I get that, and I wouldn't. It would be naive of me to think that everyone would be happy with it. But at the same time, maybe there are some people that think that this is a good move as well, potentially, right? And until day one happens, understand this: nothing is happened until it happens, right? So whatever we do is in the best interest of everybody, and even then, when it's happened, we can still retract it, right? We can still revert it. So, like, this is what we have to do. We have to listen to people. We have to get knowledge from multiple different areas. We have to understand all the risks, all the pros and all the cons, and then go from there. I don't think 5% on first month is really going to affect anybody. In fact, it'll probably piss them off because they have to wait a little bit longer compared to having 100%. But does it build a more sustainable business? Does it add more liquidity? Does it look better for tier 1 CEXs? Does it look better for consumer confidence? Is it more stable than going all in on USDC, or are we diversifying? You know, how are we limiting that risk? And that's all we're doing by opening up this conversation. That's all.
Exactly. And Jaime, just to confirm, we will still be rebasing Claiming Flex and Power Pool based on our current 100% bag size from day one. Plan B confirmed that, so no worries there. Let's see. I got one question for Plan B here. Charles DYOR, question for Jason and Brian. Is it possible to do a day one airdrop of all Vulcan to all holders, but place a limit on selling so we would receive our full flex pool and APR from day one?
It doesn't matter. It's going to read it anyway, regardless. So the way that the rules will be written in place with like the pool, power pool, and the flex, that will read of 100% of people's bags, because basically it's just a transcript anyway, right? We have all the wallets, we have all the allocations, and then we say, yes, go for that.
So essentially, as the month goes on, their 5% is growing as well that they can possibly sell.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Like
So
everything is still accounted for 100%.
There it is.
Everything is still 100%. It's just, do we do a strategy rollout in terms of letting them, like, this is a thing, you're putting a lot of pressure on a blockchain on day one too, right? A lot of things can go wrong. It's not all about everything's going to be going right 100% perfectly. Like, if you knew the costs of what it does, how much it costs to actually maintain and ensure the blockchain, like on a quarterly basis, you'd fall off your seat. It's freaking ridiculous, right? Like, I'm talking big smackaroonies. So nothing is cheap. So we just have to make sure that that's also done in a safe method.
And Kieran wants to know, why don't we have a vote in Discord like we did when there was talk about having a BNB sacrifice again?
Yeah, we can, but this is like a big, giant, massive shock to everybody, right? There's going to be emotions. 1 minute Poodles is wishing we'll like carked it, and the next minute he's sitting there pretty chill and absorbing it. And I think you're restraining yourself a little bit, to be fair, which I appreciate, because I just don't want to have a yelling match over this. This is a conversation. If we had a team meeting and 2 people started yelling and 2 people were listening, then I'd just hang up and say, get back to me when your emotion's out of it.
Yep.
You know, come back with a strategy. That's what I want.
Yep. Bring solutions, not problems, right?
Yeah. And Jaime says, great, then I'm even more bullish than ever. We are allowed to sell 100% of our claim passive income, fixed, flex, and power pool. Essentially, yeah, you can sell.
Well, I mean, it comes out of like, it comes out of the portion allocation of your bags. It's effectively a wallet is throttled, right? And that's the part that I can see the hairs going up on Poodle's neck. But you know, if we were to throttle 5% of your bag, it just means you can't sell more than 5% in the first month, and then we adjust dynamically based on that. You know, 5% is a crazy number. I never thought I'd say 5%, but 5% now to me makes more logical sense. You know, because it allows everything to be tested without having spikes. If we did 5% and everything was perfect, and we could, you don't understand the value of the, essentially you're getting an insight of what the market's going to do when you launch it full, right? Correct? Are you not obtaining knowledge from that? Like, for example, let's say we have 2 outcomes, right? It either goes down or goes up. So the first month at 5%, if it went down, would you then expect if we release the 95%, it would also go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're gaining like a lot of insider knowledge effectively from that to see how the market's going to react to it. Now, adversely, if it goes up, then that's good for you as well, because then you're getting a higher value for the price of what it is. So then you could effectively, you might not sell, you might sell all of it. Who knows? Like, fuck, I don't look after your money or what you do and how you spend it in your life, but it is giving everyone a bit of a knowledge to understand what's happening and how the network's going to perform in doing so, right? Because if you've ever seen a like something that has to be throttled in terms of, like, for example, you send $1 million in ETH, you see how the network performs on that. It starts to get throttled and takes a bit longer and it costs more money and blah 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 blah. So are you effectively screwing yourself too? That's another question.
Perfect.
Yeah, there's going to be many that I think if we were to do a vote, you know, like you said, Jason, there's people moving in emotions right now. When NR and I had this conversation a few days ago, we already knew that if this was even a conversation brought to the masses, there would be emotions, high emotions. And Poodles, obviously, you show that, man. And there's nothing wrong with you having, you know, feeling the way you feel, of course. But you know, NR and I just for the record, NR and I are 150% behind any vesting schedule because we're leveraged differently than everyone else. We're speaking from a different perspective. I understand why you guys would even consider that. You're speaking a lot of truth, Jason, about especially about talking about testing the network. I get it. I see what you mean by that, you know, and to me, it makes logical sense. I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. Not everybody wants to hear, but I'm thinking of long term. I want this thing to go long term. I want 10, 15, 20 years out of this blockchain at the end of the day.
That's going to be there regardless of what happens. And he's been pretty adamant about saying 5%. So I'm assuming that's.
Well, no, I mean, I was actually, Poodles, I was all against 5%, to be fair, at the start. If we had a conversation, yesterday when we had a conversation, I would have fallen off my seat at 5%. Like, I'm saying that. But now that we're discussing it more,
I just think
that it seems to be better for the first month to be the absolute lowest amount and then move forward at larger amounts after. Like, that to me feels the best, more equal, because what you want volatility, right? I get it. Cool. That's fine. So what's volatility,
transactions, everything.
What's 5%? Fucking nothing. 5% is
that's nothing. That's the problem. That's nothing.
No, but that's the thing. But that's the thing. You're looking too narrow-minded, bro. I'm saying it straight out to your face. If you're looking at 5%, which you said is nothing for a month, then what do you even care? You know,
I don't care about that.
What you care
about it going 5%.
For a person that wants vulnerability,
that's what I care about.
What a person would rather have is 5% on 1 month and 95% on the other, right?
No, that's great.
That's what a person with vulnerability would want. That's what a person that wants a token to change and fluctuate heavily in price. Now, you could get ripped. You could get burnt. It could turn and backfire, and instead of going down, it could actually go up. There could be more people willing to buy that have been eyeing this off for the last 6 months that haven't even believed that there is going to be a blockchain and now have changed their mind. So RIP to your 10 cents, you know, it could turn and change differently, but I can't read the future, bro. All I'm saying is that 5%, if I was to think of it logically on a back seat right now, 5% has a minimal impact. 20% is a significant impact, right? 20% is in introducing vulnerability, but not really doing much vulnerability per se. 5% is a fucking soft launch, in my opinion. 5% is nothing. Might as well make it 1%. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know. But what it does do, it allows people to get a little bit of money out. It allows people to put a little bit of money in, and it allows people to stress the network and everything like that from a technical level. That's pretty valuable information too. So I'm looking at a lot of things. But fuck, tell me that you bought 88 cents USDC and you're bullish on that and whatever. When's it going to happen next? What's the next one that's going to happen? You know, consumer confidence rides in crypto such dramatic waves.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's extremely true.
And I'm not even invested in it, and I'm sweating over USDC, for example. You know what I mean?
I just wanted to ride the wave. That's all,
You're gonna
ride
ride
that
a
nice wave and then ride it back up. Because that's really what, if you guys did absolutely nothing and just let it go, that's what I believe would happen. We'd have a nice little wave down and it'd be a nice, beautiful wave back up. And then it would just level off and just do what charts do on good projects.
One thing I hate to do is too much market analysis, because then you start sounding like you're promising stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, unless you've got, $50 million of liquidity, you're going to upset some people, right? That's just the way it is. People are not going to sell at $9. If everyone was to dump at $9, understand this: not everyone is going to get $9 price. Like it's impossible. Literally, unless somebody like Paxos was backing it 110% over the top, then that's not going to happen. But in terms of like our visibility, until we're listed on a tier 1 exchange, when things start being different, that's when you're going to see more reap for your reward. In hindsight, like even looking at the price, $9, when we're back in the old project and trying to figure out what we're doing, like you're probably better off starting at 10 cents. I can have 10 cents and $5,000 of liquidity and watch it explode. But people want dollar for dollar. People want this, they want that, they want, and sometimes greed can kill future projects. So we've got to look at that and analyze it accordingly, and give you what you want, and try and stick to a free market model as much as humanly possible, but also think logically on what makes the best business sense for a sustainable project for the future, and what is going to give you a better return out of that. Whether, again, if there's certain criteria that you have to meet to be listed on the number one of exchanges, right? And if you want that to be sooner rather than later, then you have to meet their criteria. That's all I'm going to say about that. And that's very hard to achieve and get on a starting day one project when you kind of like all over the place. A Discord doesn't look good if it has 100,000 people on day one and then 10,000 on the other. It just looks like shit. It looks like it's bought. And one thing we're trying not to do is not have, we don't want anything bought. We want everything organic. But there's a way to make things organic by putting money in the right areas and growing it accordingly. And at the moment, what you see is so small. Like we are like less than 1% of what we can be. So take that with it what you will. But anyway, regardless, we haven't made decisions. At the end of the day, it's still going to be open for conversation, for fair conversation. I would love people to say to me, if you did this, you would expect this result. If you did this, you would get this result based on history, but not talking about 5-10 years ago with Bitcoin and Ethereum, because that's just stupid. Because you can't analyze a market from 10 years ago, man. Right. How many more blockchains are there? How many aren't even performing well, such as Solana, when it's falling down all the time? You can't guarantee anything, man. Like, you can't say it's worked before in the past, therefore it will work in the future with 100% conviction. Because like my power, which is meant to be on because I pay my bills, it friggin' turns off unexpectedly when you need it most. And do you want that to happen with your assets? No, nor do we.
I feel better now knowing that you guys are trying to meet the requirements of tier 1 exchanges. That makes me feel a lot better.
Of course we are. Of course. Like what I mean, like any Joe Blow can just list on something and just hope that something happens. But when you want to build to be the best, you have to. And the thing is, like, you can't just stick your hand up. Go research tier 1 exchanges, ring them up, or send them an email and ask them what their criteria is. And bro, you can't even pay for it these days, right? You can't even pay for a listing for tier 1 exchanges. you have to meet their criteria. And one of their criteria is about not about vulnerability and stability, but like it's still stability in terms of growth and volume and certain bits and pieces. And you know, we have to think about how we're going to meet those requirements.
And do you anticipate a slow roll off for GVol, or is that totally separate? You're not
GVol, like the tokenomics hasn't the tokenomics has come out for that. GVol can just go out to people and they can use it when it's required to vote on certain things. Like a person said, you know, can we use it to vote? And then Greek, you said, well, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it kind of does matter, but I think like GVol is one of the least things on our minds. The two big things on our mind is Vulcan and Uxie, right?
Yeah.
GVol, like you got to understand, like we're not going to go straight into a DAO, like literally day one straight into a DAO. A DAO is progressively made over time because at the end of the day, right now we still have to physically pay and maintain the network, right? So that's going to happen for at least a year minimum. So you can't have a DAO when that's happening, when it's not decentralized, is it? Because it's still being maintained. So all you have to do is that go, okay, over a certain period is going to be 100% decentralized, and a certain period, like it's like renouncing a contract, you know. In that way, then you kind of just go, right, we're out, and the network looks after itself. But is there going to be stuff that's going to have to be fixed and tweaked along the way? Probably. Like it would be naive to think otherwise. Us developers, they're not positive about anything. They're more skeptical if something's going to work. So GVol don't really care.
Yeah, I should have said that.
Is there an opportunity for GVol? Yeah, there's an opportunity for GVol. You know, of course there is. There's a market for it if people want to start playing that narrative. It's not something that I particularly am focused on, but you know, if people want to have more voting power and the benefits of a governance token, then that's a good thing. But you know, my two focuses are Uxie in the DEX and the tokenomics behind that, and making sure that can produce technologies and everything for the blockchain. So making sure that these two things lead hand in hand to be a successful business. And, you know, you have to have Uxie as the core number one. Vulcan is a product of Uxie. And that's how successful businesses have worked in the past.
Quick Uxie question. Is there going to be a way to exchange Vol into either BUSD or ETH on that swap, or both?
It depends what technology we can get rolled out on day one straight away. Because a DEX, it depends how much time you get to spend on it. Like a DEX is always a product that can move forward. So if we can get everything sorted out on day one, then yes, otherwise expect it to be kind of moved as required based on what we can do. So like a CEX is a good backup. You know, without a CEX and a DEX to do that, then you're just trading within the system, right? It really does nothing. There's no out. You have to have an out. So the CEX is locked in. Well, depending like whom to be announced and all that sort of stuff, and everything's done, there's going to be a CEX. Like it's funny when you look at back in the day, your trips to Dubai and stuff like that. People go, oh, such a waste of time, waste of money, this and that. It was so hard to even have a conversation with a reputable CEX prior to those events. And now the emails and they go, well, now the conversation turns to what do we have to do in order for us to list with you? Like as in for Vulcan to be listed with them. That's such a huge change in narrative. like huge, you know. So only because I can't fully answer the question 100% because I'm not a dev and I don't know exactly what stage they're at in terms of the build out of that. But all I know is that the tokenomics itself is still yet to be announced, and the way that works for Uxie, and that can play a narrative of how things work in terms of, you know, the way an exit strategy would be for fiat, both because you got to have an on ramp and an off ramp, right? It's not just we're not just thinking about off ramp. A person that wants to sell thinks about an off ramp. We also want to have critically an on ramp, right? A way to get money on. You know, people want to buy, people want to sell, people want to utilize a 44% sustainable APR. So
my question was that because, like, especially from someone being from New York, it's like so hard for a New Yorker to we can't even get BNB in New York. The only exchange that we have is Coinbase. New Yorkers can't use Binance US. New Yorkers can't use crypto.com.
Yeah, it's a tough state.
It's a real tough state for a crypto enthusiast.
Really hard. Yeah, really, really challenging. I don't know how you guys do that. All I can imagine is somebody's got an investment property in Texas and they're living out of there 50% of the time on paper, and they're doing their stuff out of that. I don't know how that works. US is a whole different world for me, man. Little old Australia, we're very simples. But yeah.
Jason, I would hope that you guys have at least one exchange that doesn't KYC, doesn't care where you're from, you know.
But I mean, that's something like people like exchanges can, like, that sort of stuff comes with growth, right? Everybody's gonna like a successful blockchain. The people are gonna be wanting to list it themselves. They could be allocating their own liquidity to their own thing in the hopes to attract people, because they make money off fees too. You know, exchanges make money off fees. Whether it comes to KYCs and stuff, bro, that's so challenging these days, because on one side you've got the legislation side of doing everything legally correctly, and then on the other side you've got the people that want to protect privacy and stuff like that. So is it our responsibility 100% of where we get listed if they decided to list us anyway? Like if they bought a whole, like, and they did it on their own accord without us inputting it and all that sort of stuff. That's real interesting, because there's only like for example, with the old protocol, we saw people trying to list it with their exchange, which was just shitty and had no volume and traction anyway. But they did it regardless of us saying to do it. Like all we could do is send a cease and desist or something along those lines. And then, yeah, so I don't know. It's a tough one. But at the same time, does it mean that other utilities out there, or is there an opportunity for other utilities out there that work within the legal system that people can build a project for, or people can, like, you know, I'm sure I've seen it. There's nothing stopping you from opening an account in the islands and creating LLCs and doing everything legally. It's just whether you do or you don't, or other people offer that service. And that's probably something, it's real interesting, because like you got New York, which is so tight, but then you've got China, Hong Kong, wasn't it? That recently just kind of said go for it, whatever, for corporations. So it's a bit of an interesting one.
So Jason, what about a debit credit card? Everybody wants to know about that.
Detective Greek, I can see you smiling behind your beard, buddy. Oh,
I gotta open my mouth really big.
Why wouldn't you want to have a debit card? Of course, everyone wants a debit card. Everyone wants ease of being able to use their money, whether it's on ramp, off ramp, and stuff like that. Like, it makes sense to me. So, who can offer the best product? Who is willing to meet the terms of which we require in order to do that. You know, is there anybody sticking up their hand saying have Vulcan as a direct onload like on there, and then they can use their liquidity to be able to pull out a USDT or something like that? I want to know. You know, it doesn't come to us, bro. We make the technology. It's up to other people to implement the technology. And that's what makes a project successful or not, if they can see value in that. So if they can see value in potential fixed flex with APRs or APYs and power pools and stuff like that, if they can see value of something being so new that's never done before, instead of just relying on a market, because the way that I look at it is, does Binance ever give you anything back? Like, they've got incentives for you to bring your friend across, right? Invite your friend, we'll give you $10. Cool, thanks, man. And then they're going to collect the fees and stuff. But I mean, aside from them being able to transact normal business, what else are they offering? Now, if what we're offering is an ability to, like, imagine you had NFT OpenSea, right? And then you got a portion of that revenue of every single like sale that went through. Like, you got a little scrape of that just for being a customer. You know, that's effectively what Vulcan's giving you. It's giving you a share of revenue that we could keep for ourselves, because we're providing the same as everyone else at a minimum. We're just offering more. So, you know, kind of works.
Do you think a card is more, it's harder to do right now without the blockchain being out, but once we're released and people start seeing things, the card's more of a reality then?
Well, there's multiple ways of doing a card. Like a card can be done internally or externally, right? It just depends on how many loops and jumps you want to do, and it's whether or not we go, this person is our partner, which we haven't announced anyone to be a partner with a card per se. Is a card easy to obtain, to actually get that? Yes, it is. At the end of the day, it's easy to reach out to a company and go, well, here's shit tons of volume, here's shit tons of customers, and we want them to utilize your service, give us a good deal. That's easy to do, right? But but traditionally, a lot of them, they tend to go off the products that they offer. Nobody has really done a card like, so you can spend Bitcoin, right? You can spend USDT or something like that. They're quite limited. But I would love to see one where an agreement comes in place where it's exclusively Vulcan and it's utilizing the same liquidity pool. Like, that would be cool to see. And for somebody like yourself, Piddles, in New York, that would be a useful feature to do. You know.
Well, having the swap, I think having the swap being able to bridge to like BSC or to BEP to ETH, that would attract people alone in itself to our swap. Then would attract people to Vulcan. So I think having our swap being able to have those functions in itself would be
ease of use, man. Exactly, and I 100% agree. Like, the easiest way you can get on and get off, the more likely you're going to use it. The more roadblocks you have in the way. Like, for example, in Australia, it's easier to buy, but it's harder to sell, in the sense of, once you want to sell, then you have to KYC and do all that. But you can buy. You can buy as much as you like. You know, everyone will take your money. No problems at all, right?
Great.
And there's other projects on other blockchains by other people, which they have to jump between 15 different things in order to do it. It's way too complicated for me. I'm just like, man, if I can just go on there, go to their site, log in with my MetaMask, you know, I've got my D app, which has every option on there, all in one spot, you know, my power pool, my fixed flex, the whole lot, everything all in one spot. shows the time till rebases, shows my assets that I have, shows the ability potentially, depending on the SEC in terms of staking or anything like that. You know, if you can on ramp, off ramp, all in one area without even you thinking about it, awesome. That would be the best. And that's just a user interface in terms of visualization. How things work in the back end are another thing. But we're too early for any of that sort of stuff. You know, people don't understand, like, we weren't actually meant to be launching Vulcan. The only reason we're launching Vulcan is because we're not dodgy, right? Does that make sense? Like, look at Titano and all that. Well, what have they delivered and promised and all that sort of stuff? I'm just stating facts. The only reason we're in this situation is because we didn't rug anyone. We haven't been dodgy. We've literally, the money that has come has been used for building a product. But it's also been it's done in quite a short amount of time as well too. So you can only expect that it's only going to get better in time, not worse, in terms of the utility.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Provis?
Hey, what's up? Good, Tony. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, man.
Doing good, man. Better than non-deserved, man, as always.
Exactly.
I appreciate you for coming out tonight, Jason, for real.
That's all right. First time ever.
I'm so happy you did, because Prado's going to be so freaking jealous.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Jason's on your channel. What the heck? He never can mention you.
Well,
Tomorrow
actually
morning,
came on because I saw Poodles kicking off, right? And he has every right to kick off, and it's a lot but like, I kind of took it a little bit personal, and I'm like, hang on, man. If you were thinking on a strategy level, if you were invited, and I would be kind of interested to do this sometime, to invite like one person every now and again to like a team sort of meeting sort of environment and have their input on it. But like, you know, when somebody is that emotional about something, I understand that. I don't get offended. You can tell me to fuck myself and I'll be like, all right, cool, whatever. Do the same. Go get a couple of ribs removed, right? But like, I'd rather have a conversation and discuss it, and then that way we could both meet on a middle ground.
Hey, Jason.
Yo.
First off, this was great. I gotta take my hat off to you guys, to you, Brian. You know, you guys are amazing how you're able to do things like this, as far as, you know, communicate with the community, you know, on a one-on-one level. You know, Poodles has his strategy, his opinions, and how he feels. But, you know, when you guys are willing to come into the community and change the whole temperature of the community, that says something about what you know, the integrity of you guys, what you guys are all about. So I just want to say thank you to you, Brian, and the rest of the team for doing this and basically calming everything down. But to your point,
right. And I mean, like, I appreciate that, and thank you, and everyone feels the same. Like, we're not out there to attack or take anything away from anybody. We just want to release a project, a protocol, which is going to be successful in every way moving forward. And we want to satisfy the people on the degen side, and we want to do it on the VC side as well too. You want to be able to do both, and that can only come from conversation. Mm-hmm. And literally, like, it's a lot of things that we think about has kind of been on our mind. Like, we've thought about stuff before, but we haven't taken action on it because we're too busy doing something else, right? So as we get closer to the day of flicking switches and turning things on, we got to be able to have these tough conversations and go, what's the best strategy going forward? You know, is it inevitable that it doesn't matter what we do, that it's going to happen? Like Poodle said, probably. That's probably the case. But, you know, are we going to be ticking all the boxes, or are we going to be doing it in the most satisfactory way? And that's the biggest question.
Oh, I completely agree. You know, you got to understand, and Poodles, I know you know this as well as I do. You being prior Navy, I'm retired Navy. You know, I'm a retired Navy chief. So I get your passion. I get where you're coming from. I get, you have a valid stake in this. I get it, but I'm sure you can agree. There's two types of leaders. First, there are thermometers and there are thermostats, right? Thermostats, or I'm sorry, thermometers judge the temperature while thermostats change the temperature. And you got to think about Brian, Jason, and the rest of the team. They're changing the temperature of this whole entire blockchain DeFi space. It's only for the longevity, the stability, the sustainability, and the stability of this project overall. And it's, just like I mentioned earlier in that super chat, I'm currently a part of a project right now that, because of lack of education, on day one that this thing opened, that this project opened, people they sold their bags. And guess what? The project is still down in the dumps now. But if that had not happened, because they're the powers that be, they wanted to put that cap on, put that cap in place in order for people not to do what they did. They sold and they tanked the project. So I think this is my opinion. I'm entitled to that, right? I think this will be a good thing for the longevity of the project. I know everything is still in talks right now, Jason. But again, I appreciate you, coming on board and letting us know, what's going on with this. So thank you.
Well, the funny thing is, the hard thing is, right, if we were to rewind a month or two and look at discussion with nodes, right, or discussions with APYs, right, we were meant to be 191,888% or some shit like that, right? That's what the initial plan was.
Yep.
We've changed so much, but I think honestly we've changed for the better. Yeah, like in terms of the power pool, in terms of the way we share profits, and that, like the whole script has changed. But now nobody's talking about the 191% because they see the value in something else.
Yes.
So all we have to do is understand: A, is there value in doing something else, right? Something that hasn't been done before,
right?
And B, will it potentially worth? Like, is it worth it? Is it worth challenging the narrative a little bit? Is it worth, do we just put the blinkers on and just go with what works? Or do we have this conversation of what could do? Because historically speaking, we've had a lot of changes where a lot of people were very upset, very angry, very passionate, but a lot of other things have come out because of those changes that have actually made it better in the long run. So is this going to be something that's going to cause a lot of screaming at the start, but in a month's time down the track or less, or whenever that is it going to be something better from the outcome from that?
Right.
It's going to be quite interesting.
Oh, I agree.
To see how it unfolds.
So to that one question about the debit card, I may have a solution for that. Let me make some phone calls. This is a current blockchain that's already that's already working. I have a debit card for it. It's crypto debit card. I have a debit card for it. The transactions are like that. The only thing I don't know is it worldwide? I don't know if it's international or not, but I'll find that out, and I'll contact you in Discord and let you know.
Yeah, that's cool. Like we're open to hearing what everyone says. Like, we've had one in particular recently that's kind of said they want to speak to us, and I've said, "Hey, man, I'm here. When do you want to speak?" And I haven't heard anything, know. But I've got other people, like other big ass, huge, massive businesses, just sitting on the back burner, waiting for us to get to the point of testnet and mainnet and doing that, because they can do their way as well as somebody else can do their way too. Like, it doesn't have to be one card. People think in one card, one, but there's multiple cards out there. There's multiple platforms, There's multiple ways of doing it. It's just what, ideally it would be nice to have a partnership with somebody in under the skyways sort of thing, which we can have that direct one-on-one communication with the people responsible of doing so, and we both meet the same business objectives. If that can be done, that'll be perfect. But if that doesn't happen for 6 months or a year, it doesn't faze me, because there's still ways of being able to do that.
So I know both the president and the CEO of this company. So I'll get in contact with them, and I'll make contact with you. I'll connect the dots between you guys. How about that?
That's cool.
Okay.
Like I said, we probably already know who it is. I probably already had a conversation with him. Maybe.
Okay.
Who knows? But
yeah.
But we'll see.
Provis, everybody loves your beard, man. It puts mine to shame. Like everybody's like, "Oh, the Greek guy." I got comments today how great my beard was on my video, and then you just come in now and just
my bad, man.
Forget the Greek's beard. They're all jealous of it. I love that. Oh man. Yeah, I can almost get it.
Anyway, guys, I better go do some real work. But this is what I want, right? I know no matter what conversation is going to happen outside of me being here or not, and it may get escalated, it may not. But all I want is like literally a pro and a con against it. Like, so Poodles, if you go, right, I believe we should be doing this based off this, I want a pro and a con against it as well as for it, right? And the same thing goes with like a strategic rollout. Like, I like the idea of a strategic rollout because the first 5% really means nothing, whatever. It kind of gets to see how everything works, because this is what I can see happening. I can see whenever we do something big, it gets a lot of congestion and shit goes up in the air, and then eventually it works. Take, for example, just the node sacrifice alone, right? Something wasn't perfect. Something had to be changed. Everybody's freaking out, hands up in the air. Eventually, we got the product. Eventually, we got the thing. We resolved it. It got done. But it took a bit to get there. So how do we make sure that we get the same result, but in a more streamlined way that doesn't look like a shit show, basically, at the end of the day? Because we're a professional business. We're a professional company. We're not doing degen plays anymore, right? We're above that. Not in terms of degen plays, as in that mindset of like winging it. We got to have a strategy, and we've got to be able to handle situations which aren't going to work in our favor and that will work with our favor. And sometimes just having a bit of a strategy for the first month, maybe, of actual proper mainnet, or first week, or whatever it is, then maybe that would be an answer to that, because 5% isn't a lot of risk. If I lost 5%, shit, that's a daily basis. Look at my phone, and then I look at the charts, and then if hang on, right, and I look at this, it's all green, yay, green, tomorrow red, wow, it's all over the place, right? But 5% isn't going to kill somebody. Somebody's going to be pissed if it shits itself and it didn't work for whatever reason, whether it's $100 or $1,000 or $10,000 or $1 million. So we have to look after everybody in that sense. And I think having these hard conversations now, instead of just doing it, is in good. And just understand that even if we come to a collective agreement, right, it doesn't mean that it can't be adjusted in the future. Because at the end of the day, most things are a smart contract. Most things can be reverted. The only thing that can't is a protocol thing, right? So as long as the protocol is strong and stable, then everything else, we can just roll with the punches accordingly. But yeah, anyway, I'll let you guys battle it out. And
thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate
didn't
it.
have to, and I'm sorry I caused chaos.
Appreciate it.
No, all good. All good. And,
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'll speak to you guys soon, and
right.
I'll see if I can organize something in terms of getting someone like, say, Poodles, for example. You've been in this industry for a long time, right? And you speak of passion, but you also speak of experience. And, you know, ask Kryptonia if I've had a conversation with him outside of a Discord space, right?
Yep.
Ask NR if I've done the same. Ask Greek if I've done the same. Like, you know, I hear everybody, and Brian does too, and so does our team. But, you know, at the end of the day, decisions have to be made, and it's not going to necessarily, no one is ever going to fully 100% agree on it. It's never going to happen. But as long as we have the same strategy and the same conviction at the end in the least resistance, then we all achieve the common goal. And the common goal, sure, we want to make money in the short term, but we want to have a sustainable, strong, solid product that makes money in the long term too. So keeping both of those things in mind.
Thank you for coming on again.
Appreciate it.
And I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jesse,
Jason.
Okay, so listen, I'm not gonna, you know, get crazy or anything like that. Okay, I just want to express how I feel about the situation now that I've heard him. Okay, I see what they're doing. I understand what they're doing. Okay, but it's still, to me, that, let's say we'll say 5%, because he said it. He was pretty adamant about saying 5%. So now I believe in my heart of hearts that he's going to roll out a 5%. You know, we can only withdraw 5%. So my concern is, this is my concern, and I know that, Greek, you are always going to be like, you know, find the good in everything, and I try to do that too, and that's why I'm always as positive as I always am. But for this situation, let's, you know, hypothetically say, and can we agree? Can we all agree here right now that what I've been saying for the past couple of days was pretty much the direction where we were going on day one, or they would not even be doing this?
Well, I can't guarantee that's the way it was going to go.
Agree that the sell pressure was so high that this is, you know, the reason that they're bringing this to the table.
Well, we don't know that. That's something that we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I think. I will agree, Poodles, that you were right, that there were many like you, if not most, if not all, wanted to sell. That's the pressure you're talking about. So of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and for me, of course, I see the positive in everything, but also I've also said that I was only planning on selling 5% of my bag. That's always been a plan for the first month, and I was going to wait and see before I do it. It wasn't timing thing. I was going to see how everything went and then determine that. And I was also way long term. I was always thinking long term.
I mean, as
so
I am,
this
I'm
doesn't
definitely
change anything with my plan.
I'm a
So,
note owner.
but I see everybody's point. I see your point. I actually, you know, you expressed yourself, and you were respectful with Plan B, and you could see the good conversation, and it was a conversation definitely needed. Obviously.
Okay, Poodle. So we all agree. So what were you going to say?
Okay, so say it's at 5%, and say 90% of the people, or a large amount of people, sell 5% on day one. Okay, a month later goes by. Say it's another 5% that's only allowed to be sold. This is all hypothetical.
Of course.
Hypothetical.
Yeah.
Probably going to be. He stated there might be five months of holding.
Yeah. So run us through 5 months.
Okay, so 5 months is. I'm just trying to say, of all the top, I can't see, you know, the price. I see myself each time I'm selling at a lower price. I know that there's other mechanisms set in place to recover some tokens, but to me, I just feel that the way that they're rolling it out is safe for the charts, safe for the requirements of a tier one exchange, and to me that's more important than everything. So I understand what they're doing, and if it's for that cause, so be it. You know what I'm saying? It's because the tier one exchange is really, to me, the most important thing. A Coinbase, a Binance. You know, once those two things happen, they could just open up the doors, because it ain't going to matter, because everybody's going to see these tokens on these exchanges, and there's going to be a lot of liquidity. But you know,
So
it is what it is. It doesn't matter how I feel anymore.
The one thing I see is as they're ramping up, what's happening is more and more projects are coming in. You're building up a bigger base, your bigger liquidity pool. So they're not just coming in all at once and then you eat up your liquidity. They only have a finite amount of liquidity. And so if a lot of selling does happen and now they're low liquidity, it might take months to catch up on that. And then it's going to be harder to build up, get these tier one exchanges. So they're looking out for overall. So there's a lot of things, but maybe they can't tell us that. Obviously, there's a lot of things that, team knows about that we don't. And as long I agree that's for the best of the blockchain, then that's fine by me. But I understand everybody's point of view on this because
what I'm hearing is what you're saying, Poodles, is I hear you, but I don't see you. And,
yeah, because I can't get all my money when I want to take my money. That's a problem. That's a problem for a lot of people. Right.
But Poodle,
and everyone should be able to take out their initial investment when something launches. And now we're being told that we can't do that.
But why are they telling you that you can't?
Because they don't want to have a chart that shows it a huge dramatic dip, and some people believe having a first day profit taking is bad for the charts. But
why do we want good chart? Walk me through this.
All this is prolonging the inevitable, because that drop the day that they open up the gates for us to take our profits in large amounts, the charts are going to do the same thing, whether it's day 1 or day 70. It doesn't matter what day that it happens. It inevitably is going to happen because people are going to take their money when they're able to take it, and now more so because it's being dragged out longer.
So Poodles, do you understand why they are even considering this or even putting it on the table?
Yes,
for the longevity? I mean, with everything you just heard from Jason, with all the explanation and everything, can you understand and basically come to terms with it's not so much for the charts, and this is why I want you to understand. It's not so much for the charts. Yeah, you want the charts to look good or whatever. Yeah, that's on the front end. On the back end, for longevity, you want this thing to succeed, and
that's the thing. This is going to succeed no matter what the chart does.
But how do you know that?
Because I know.
Hold on. But think about what I said earlier. That project that I'm currently in right now, because of the community bitch so much about that damn cap and about the vesting thing that they were trying to put in place.
It wasn't a solid project from the get-go.
Well, actually it was, and it is, but it was because of the community. They sold that it pumped, it went up, they sold, and that damn thing dropped.
Yeah, a lot of projects do that, and that's what makes or breaks a project. If the project is solid, it can dump. It could take a lot of profit taking and then recover. A good project will recover.
But just like I said yesterday, the difference between those projects and Vulcan is because of the mechanisms that gives it its longevity. Okay, and all that cap does, that vesting does, is it just makes it more sustainable and more stable on the front end. Now,
it also makes the investors more likely to take more percentage of their bags when the gates open. It also does that, brother.
Yeah. Okay. But you're talking about a few months down the road, right?
Yeah, because we have no choice because they're stopping us a few months down the road.
Think about this. That few months down the road,
it's going to dump just as hard, bro. They're going to profit take just as hard.
But you might also have 50 more projects in.
I don't mean the word dump. I'm taking the word dump and saying profit take.
Not profit, right? But what? I mean, here you are saying out of one mouth, you're saying, I want to take profit, and the other mouth, you're saying, or the other side, you're saying it's going to happen. It's inevitable.
It's inevitably going to happen. That's
right.
Fact.
Got it. It's a fact. It is, right? It's happening right now on a chain right now. Someone's taking profit.
These toys out.
But we'll have more volume. We'll have more projects.
Right. So what
sustainability?
So let's say it goes 5 months. What's happening within those 5 months, other than everybody that's vested wanting to take profit? What's hoping, based on what you're saying, it's going to go to the moon anyways. I believe in this project. If you believe in it so much, which I believe you do, we all do, what should be happening along those 5 months? Are people not investing, or there's no new investors coming in?
Yeah,
Are
of
there
course
new
there's going to be.
Are there new, there's no new projects. So there's going to be a lot of volume, liquidity being dumped into this thing, which is going to help with the dumping that's inevitable, because we're going to build the purse up, which is going to help with the dump. At the end of the right. So that's what they're trying to do, is they're just trying to, and I know, man, I hate kicking the can down the road. Trust me, brother. I feel you on that, man. Trust me. I understand that. So you have every valid point that you've made tonight. There's nothing that you have said, Poodles, that doesn't make sense. That's not the truth, and doesn't feel like, hey, man, I agree with you. Of course I do.
Oh, it makes sense. I understand. Yeah,
it makes sense, man. So, and again, and so when you started first voicing this, everybody was like, what, you had some people.
Yeah, I mean, I was tight, man. I was just pissed off because you know what? We believed it was going to be, a free market. We could buy and sell as we please. I expect the chart to look crappy day one, but the project is so good that chart would recover.
Yeah, but no one knows. But so many things have changed. And not within Vulcan. I mean, obviously Vulcan is adapted. Every time
my battery percentage is down to 1%. If I disappear, it's because
all right. And I'll keep it quick. Everything has changed within Vulcan, as Jason was talking about. They've had to change the tokenomics for sustainability. That's inside the project. Now, outside the project, out of their control, things have changed. They have to change again. It's not like they're wanting to do this. They have to do this. The USDC thing, that shook up the entire space.
Mm-hmm.
Vulcan's not the only project going, oh shit, are we doing this right? What do we got to do? So everyone's making up a backup plan. But I hear you 100%, Poodles. I hear you 100%. But just understand that, which I know you understand. I know you're not an idiot, man. You're not. You're a very intelligent guy. You believe and you speak with conviction, and and I can get behind that 100%.
Yeah, conviction.
I'm getting on my phone real quick.
Okay. But there's no buts. All right. I don't want to say but no, I hear what you're saying. And I also hope that you can see the other side of the coin as to why the team will want to
backstage
make these changes. And I hope you can see that, Poodles. Oh, here's some feedback.
Sorry,
very good.
Let me exit out of this real quick. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
You good, Poodles?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. So, I know you can see the other side. And you're speaking for those that look, man, I've been seeing the other side since I sacrificed. You keep kicking the can down the road. Give me something. It's not like they're saying we're not giving you anything. We're going to delay it 5 months. They're saying, and you notice he never said that. He never said we're delaying the launch 5 months. How pissed. God dang, dude, you would have punched your phone, man. You would have went over there and punched a baby if you
Well,
said,
I mean, he did say that he was going to have, a rollout that could. He did mention that it could be
a rollout of
5 times,
right? Of 5 times, and they're going to look at the math, right?
And they could change it in one. They could change it the next month. They said that they could do that. It's just
Here's one thing that you said. Here's one thing I'll let you talk about.
That's all it is. I understand it, but I'm frustrated with it.
You said a comment, and I understand the frustration 100%. And you made a comment earlier about Greek. You said he always sees the good and everything. That's just the fruit of his character.
Yeah,
he doesn't do that on purpose. That's just who the guy is.
Yeah.
But what he does do on purpose, and this is why I love the guy, is he follows the math. Mm-hmm. This guy looks at the math first before he looks at emotions or how it makes him feel. Or hey, I'm just going to get behind a project. He always sorts the math out, and every time there's been a question about the math, he goes back, he gets quiet, he comes back. We have our conversations backstage, in private with amongst the other guys, and the math has to be right before he gets up here and says anything. At least right to the best of his knowledge and ability, based on what he had, the variables he has. So, I say that because when Greek is talking about someone like a Greek who's all about the math and the numbers, he's saying, hey, it's going to be about the longevity. The 5, 10-year plan, 20-year plan, and he's calm about it. So that's why he's calm, because he understands the math. Now, not everybody is in that same boat. You want to pull your money out. You don't want to dump, bro. You're just trying to take profit. All right. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody should take profit. And if everybody had your mindset, not everybody does. You can respect that. Everybody's different. Right. Poodles. Everybody's different. But if everybody did exactly what you did, right, wanted to do, with everybody want to pull their money out, it'd be a disaster. And you know that.
It wouldn't be a disaster in my opinion, because it's normal for a project on day one for profit taking, and then the chart recovers. It is
normal.
It is normal. It happens with all. I'm not going to say 100% of all the projects out there, but
there's enough historical data.
Of the projects out there do
there's
this.
enough.
I will say this
data,
though.
I get you.
You only have one chance to launch a blockchain and do it, and if you mess that up, I'd rather be safe than sorry with anything, even if it's. Now I do get the other side, because you know that the money's tied up, and I do get that. But I'd rather be 100% safe, when that I could make millions in the future by just being patient and having it 100% be okay, than me being able to get out 50, 60 grand in quick buck, and then it goes to crap, or you don't know. And I'm not saying it would. I'm not saying it would if that happened.
100K is a quick buck, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, it's better safe than sorry with that. You only have one chance to get this right.
Yeah.
I understand you're saying better safe than sorry, but like safe than sorry for
and I know you brought up,
if you truly believe in Vulcan, you understand that Vulcan's going to succeed no matter how much profit's taking at any time.
Well, now, if we had a lot of VC funding with a big liquidity pool to start, this would not be the case, you know, and they could invest just the VC funding. Like, just think of Ectos, whatever. Is that the last one? They had so much outside money. Their liquidity was ridiculous. We aren't starting off with that liquidity, so we really need to be mindful of bring it on, and especially for exchanges and stuff like that. Now, not saying that we wouldn't, that the way a free market launch would be bad. We don't know that. It's just the fear of the unknown in the market with everything on. So it's an interesting conversation, and I'm glad it was had tonight.
One thing, Poodles, is you said if I believe so much in Vulcan that it's going to succeed, then I should be able to accept the fact that it's going to dump, and something along those lines. Like I should expect it, right?
Yeah.
It is, but because I believe in it, belief is the enemy of knowing, as I always say. But if I believe that it's going to do well, you have to then ask me, why do I believe it? Go ahead and ask me why I believe it's going to do well, Poodles. And you would say, go ahead, Kryptonian. Why do you believe it's going to do well? And it's not going to be because of, I just hope it is, because every blockchain is successful over time. There's historical data. I believe that it's going to do well. I'm in the phase of knowing it's going to do well, because at every point where the team has had to pivot for the longevity of this chain, they make that change, and it's for the betterment of the chain. Yep. So I know it's going to do well, because these guys right now are having meetings right now about what we're talking about. I guarantee you, right? I mean, they're talking about this like, hey, we got to address this. They're actually going to make changes that's going to help the longevity of this chain. So I'm moving into the knowing camp, right? So that's why I know, is because there's a team doing what they can to ensure the sustainability. Now, if they just didn't care, and like Jason said, and they said, hey man, just freaking launch the damn thing. If they were careless with the inevitable, as you call it, if they would say, hey, we don't care, then I would be worried. I would be like, I wouldn't believe that this thing was going to do okay. But they're making
what I took out of it the most.
I know, but
it's the word that they care about longevity.
Is going to happen, whether it happens early or if it happens later. At some point on Vulcan blockchain's chart, there's going to be a very large profit taking day.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
So,
and I would love for that. I would love for that profit taking day.
I think in my heart of hearts that it happens at the more reasonable time, or the more logical time, to show, well, there was big profit taking in the beginning, the early stages. That's understandable. And then it moved on and progressed up like a normal chart does, up and to the right. When someone sees a chart somewhere down the lines in the middle of the chart, there's a huge, they're going to call, on that day, they're going to call it a rug pull, not profit taking.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're going to be like, oh shit, Vulcan just rugged 4 months in, 5 months in. they're gonna call it rug.
You're saying you're saying 4 months if they delay it 5 months and then there's profit taking.
Yeah, just hypothetical.
I got you.
There is that thought, but the biggest thing about this is the most vulnerable blockchain is right at launch.
Yeah.
And 4 or 5 months in, when you get a bunch of new people in, you're listed on a centralized exchange, and you have all these projects ramping up, and now you got the ecosystem.
Investors that are getting in later. That's wrong to do to the investors that are getting in later. Just let it happen. It's going to happen, whether it happens now or later. It's going to happen. And to me, I'd rather see it happen in the early days of the project than in the middle of the project. Because in the middle of the project, that's what's going to be called. Mark my words. They're going to say, look, on this day, it got, even though we know it happened, they're going to say, people are going to say, they rugged today.
If we have no volume dumping into this project for the next 5 months, let's say we launch tomorrow, 5 months, they're phasing it out as has been discussed, and there's no projects launching 1 or 2, there's no volume, and then month 5, bam, everybody takes profit. That will look very bad. But I'm of the understanding if they phase it out 5 months, just throwing that out there, 5 months, and the projects are onboarding, there's volume coming in, these projects are launching, a lot of money's coming into our chain. That little blip of a dump on month 5, $5 million or whatever it's going to be, ain't even going to matter. It's not going to be a long ass candle. It's going to be pretty short, on a macro view. And that's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking. They want to make sure there's enough liquidity.
I don't know. No one knows, brother. No one knows.
So Poodles.
But no one knows. You just said that it's going to do well. You just said again that that the people are going to take profit. You also said that all blockchains.
No, I'm saying I don't know to that candle that you're talking about saying being a little blip. It's going to be, in my opinion, a bigger than a little blip.
Well, you're talking about.
Also, what I would like to bring up is you have 5 months flex, 5 months of power pool, where people get to see how much power pool they can collect. They might be like, man, I made 5,000 this month.
I know, I understand that, man, but the price is not going to, in my opinion, the most value we're going to get is at launch.
Poodles,
short term.
You don't want the flex. You don't want the rebasing. You want your essentially your rebase what you sacrifice. You want your bag. Yeah. You want your bag. You're not. I mean, not that it's a bad thing. It's okay it's okay, man. It's okay, but you just don't. You're not interested in everything else that comes along past the bag.
I'm interested in it. I just see. I can see where the chart is going to be.
Right. The value may be a lot less if as the price drops. So it's just like I get what you're saying.
Okay,
but then you've got those, and again, on the other side of the coin, you've got those that only have $100 in, $1,000 in, right? And they're hoping for the flex and then the rebasing and all those things. So you've got two people in this game. You've got an investor like yourself, and then you got someone that barely wasn't able to, they weren't blessed enough to throw as much in as you did, or when you did, right? So for you to go and take your profit is nothing wrong with that. Them taking their profit is not even going to be a blip relative to your bag, essentially, right? Or as you would look at it. But my point is this: is that you have being
taken from us. That's the problem.
And you have to consider. Well, it's not being taken from us. It's being prolonged. I mean, if they lock your wallet up 100%, man, and then be like, you can't take.
He said it himself. He said, "What's 5%? It's nothing." Exactly, it's nothing.
It's nothing to what? Is it nothing to the chain, or is it nothing to you?
I mean, no matter how anyone sees how I'm talking about things, everyone's going to think that it's just about me.
No.
It's about everyone out there that wants to take their money.
I understand what and as I said before, and I'll say it again, you're speaking for the masses right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you that. This is your time.
100%.
You're speaking for those that can't speak, that didn't get a chance to talk to Jason and ask the things that he wanted to say, or that you said. And but one thing that you did say while speaking to Jason was you said, now that I've heard you say this, talking about getting on an exchange, that made me consider some things. You never really finished your thought.
Yeah, my thought is if part of their requirements is to not have a large red candle somewhere on your thing in the early stages of your project, then so be it. But do they understand that that red candle is coming because there were early investors that need to take some profits out? Because no matter what, like I said before, that day is going to come no matter when it is. And people, you know, I don't understand why so many people have a hard time understanding that there's a good majority of people in here that would like to take some profit.
I know we all understand that. I mean, we're all part of that.
I'm talking about the people in the comments that are telling me that, like, I'm crazy for thinking that profit taking is going to happen.
You're not crazy. It's your strategy, it's your opinion, it's your point of view. I mean, you're not crazy, and don't pay any attention to what the people are saying in the comments. I understand that they're whatever. That's just block all that noise out. We're having a conversation. We're not trying to get you to change your perspective, your way of thinking, or anything like that. We're just trying to make. We're actually, for me, what I'm trying to do is basically get down to the root issue of why you think what's going to happen is what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're making extraordinary claims, and for me, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So when you say for a fact the blockchain is going to do well, all the blockchains do it. This is not your standard blockchain. And again, those blockchains didn't launch when USDC was depegging. So there's a lot of factors that you haven't considered when you start making claims like that, which is why you have to rethink your strategy if you're going to take profit.
I know, but I was talking like this before USDC depegged.
Right. I know. That's my point. Now it's changed, and I thank you for saying that, because now I actually wanted to get to that. Yeah. Now that the market's changed, and it has, and we're not even talking about depegging, we're talking about banks collapsing, right? The Silicon Valley Bank. What is your thought on that? Because you obviously follow the money, man. I mean, you're looking at the market as a whole. Now that you see the market change as a whole, is your strategy the same? Or you're reconsidering? Okay, it is.
Yeah,
that's fair.
My strategy is the same. I want to take my initial, at bare minimum, I want to take my initial out. And what am I going to do with it? And what if I said I was going to do
your initial
since the day one?
Your initial out.
Yeah. Now it's like I would like to get my initial out on day one, and I can't even do that.
Okay.
Before it was more than that, because I wanted to do what with my money?
Okay, because before, hey, what's up, Leon?
Buy back in. It wasn't that I wanted to take my money.
Nothing's in stone yet, though.
Poodles.
What they're considering.
Guys, I'm gonna go get water really quick, so you guys keep the conversation.
Poodles, I like how you're now saying, and I appreciate that, man. You're being fully transparent, because this needs to be said. You're saying now, if it's gonna be 5%, at least let me get my initial out.
Right.
That right there to me is fair. I would like to get my initial out.
Yeah.
So that right there, see, the fact that you said, okay, if it is what it is, I'm willing to go to the board with it. Let's talk about at least our initials. That's fair. And then we do the profits five months out, 5%, however they want to roll it out. That to me is I don't know if it's feasible. I don't see the math. I don't see the numbers, but I would say that right there is what Jason is talking about.
Yeah, but my initial is way more than like 5% wouldn't get my initial out by far.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I know that. I'm talking about your initial would obviously be more than 5% for me as well. But if you're able to get your initial out, and all those that want to sell, at least get your initial out, I think if anything, that would be like kind of an olive branch. Okay, look, we have to phase this thing out, a soft launch, but it'll be your initial out. It's not going to tank the liquidity, right? Everybody gets everything. Everybody gets what they put in, and I think, and that's what we tell everybody to do, anyways. Get your initial out, all right? Leave the house money on the table, and go from there. That's what I do.
That's right? Rule number 3, baby. Rule number 3.
That's right. Rule number 3.
Get your ROI back.
And this is why it's so great that we're having this conversation. I know that you're heated, and I understand why you're pissed off, Poodles, because you're just trying to say, hey, man, this isn't cool. Right? What do you mean? Another switch? What the freaking heck's going on? And of course, everybody is just trying to understand. No one actually communicates the way you do. You're so freaking hype about whatever you talk. You could be pissed off or happy, and it's the same damn energy. People aren't used to that, man. So, and especially people that are chiming in for the first time. What the hell is this guy yelling at? He's not. He's actually laughing, right? So my point is that. But I'm glad we're having this conversation, because it needs to be had. The team needs to understand you're speaking for the community. right? And that's why, I mean, we're very fortunate to be in. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to you guys the last freaking 3.5 hours, Greet. I'm gonna tell you, and we've got people. We still have
my dog was going crazy. He wanted food. He's going nuts.
I haven't look. I'm a big Bitcoin maxi. I've been in other projects. I've never been part of a community where we've had one of the founders jump on a live and allow you to freaking say, "Hey, man, I don't like this. I do like this." Ask questions. Have him give a spill and say, "Hey, man, you guys hash it out, but this is what I've got to say." And he also said, "Hey, if you guys want to talk to me, I have an open door." When he said that, I'm gonna tell you, Poodles, take him up on that, man.
Yeah.
Because when I had questions about security and all these other things, what's up, Hendrick?
Hendricks,
what's up? Jason reached out to me, man, and we had a long conversation. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you, I mean, he has to be very reserved when he gets out here. Obviously, he's an officer of the company. There's only so many things he can say. He has to be very strategic what he has to tell you in front of the masses. But when he's having a one-on-one conversation, he can be more frank with you. And at the end of the day, you kind of get to the brass, the brass tacks, essentially. No pun on tax, but you know what I'm saying. So I would say take him up on that, man. He just wants you to take the energy out, man, and go talk to him. But I'm glad you're letting it out here and not back in Discord or wherever you're gonna be meeting up with him, because this is where the energy comes out. This is where everybody's shouting at you, "Shut that guy up, man. He's gonna," I mean, everybody's doing that, but you also have those that say, "Nah, let him talk." Look, I remember, if you guys remember when we first had the whole node tax issue, where we realized we weren't getting any of the taxes. You remember my community, TCL, he was like, "Hey, man, this isn't what we thought. It's changed." And I got out here. Everybody was saying their piece, and I had people in the chats telling me to shut the hell up, and I also have people telling me, "Hey, man, you're speaking for the community." So I understand where you're coming from. I've been on both sides. So don't stop doing what you're doing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, you need to be heard, but you also need to bring solutions.
Yeah.
Right. So I would say bring that hope. Maybe the initial.
Well, we need this dialogue. I mean, this is exactly what this community is all about, and this is one of the reasons why I love this community, because oftentimes when you're part of different blockchains or different projects, just put it out there like that, different projects, you don't get this back and forth. You don't get to talk to the COO. You don't get to talk to the CEO. You don't get to talk to the team. So it just shows, us how much integrity they have, and how much they are vested in this, no pun intended, in this project, for the longevity. So I mean, it's a win-win situation. I do have a question for you though, Poodles.
Yes, sir.
So the other day when you were on with Daniel and Dio, do you believe in what Dio was showing as far as all those charts and stuff like that? What was your takeaway from that?
Dio's extremely intelligent, man, and
yeah, definitely.
And I agree 100% with the side that he agreed with me.
Well, yeah, you did. But just showing those charts, how basically his conclusion was whatever so-called dumps or sales, when people sell, it wouldn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it won't.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with his downside chart for the short term.
Right. So
100%.
So the point I'm getting at is, and I believe this is what he was getting at, is because of mainly what's involved with this blockchain is just different. It's different than all those other types of blockchains. So you're not gonna, Vulcan is just it's a juggernaut. It's a unicorn. It's a different breed, of blockchains. And I get that, you want to take your profits. Hell, I want to take profits too. Like I say, that's rule number 3. But at the same time, I want this thing to succeed. And I know you do too. I know, don't get me wrong with what I'm saying. I know you do too. I want this thing to succeed for longevity. 20 years down the road, 25, 30 years down the road, hell, maybe even after I'm dead and gone, and it goes to my grandkids or whatever. So I ain't got no.
I believe that to be the case. Like, I don't want anyone to think that I don't think that this is going to be successful. I believe in my heart of hearts that this is going to be successful no matter what.
Oh, I know you do. I know you do. I know it just from your damn passion. So
all right, Leon, say what you need to say.
All right, Leon, you're gonna
I had to come.
Leo.
Hey, I had to raise my hand like I'm in fucking school or something. Bro.
Hey, you watch your language, man. You're in school.
All right.
This is why you ain't got no beard. But go ahead.
I do love you, brother. Like, I love everybody on this chat, man. But hey, I mean, I know, we all know, we understand what you're trying to get at, Plutos, and we all know it's about, hey, getting your profits and everything. But as Kryptonio was mentioning earlier, he was like, hey, in 5 months from now, being hypothetical and everything, do you not seeing the project being successful if we have projects coming in during those month after month? And you were like, I don't know. So you got me confused, because you were saying in turn, you believe in the projects, you seeing it being successful, but you seeing it's going to be a big jump on the 5th month. But then when Kryptonian came and said, you don't see projects coming in and building more investors coming in, you were like, I don't know. I don't see it. So it got me confused.
No. Well, what I was saying, I don't know about was when he said that there's going to be, you know, a small candle. Okay. He was saying that he believes that profit taking is going to be coming. It's inevitable that it is coming. I was saying, I don't know about it being a small candle, not about the projects coming in. I believe that the projects are going to come in. This protocol is going to be successful no matter what. But on the day that we're allowed to actually take however much profit as we want to, the community's going to take their profits. And on that day, I believe it's not going to be a small blip or small candle. It's going to be a normal seed investor profit-taking candle, and those candles are not small, my brother.
All right. Yeah, because you were throwing me for a loop, because I felt like you were just playing both sides of the fields. Like, okay, I just want my profit. I believe in this project, but I really don't.
There's not a single aspect of me that doesn't believe in the project. Yeah. I believe in it wholeheartedly, but I'm also a realist, and I know that profit-taking will be done. So just because we take profits doesn't mean we're a bad project. It just means that people invested early and we're reaping those rewards of taking our profits. Whether it happens on day 1 or day 90 or day 190, when we're available to take those profits, we're going to take it. And to see a large profit-taking day in the future of the project, people are going to call it a rug pull that day. They're going to say, oh, shit, this project rug pulled today, instead of profit taking on launch day.
So who's going to call it a rug pull?
Everybody that's a footer of Safuu and Vulcan.
And those are those quality investors we want, or we do want quality?
No,
investors?
I'm just saying that's what it's going to be called.
Right, but again, if I care what. Look, I have a project that I'm a part of called ARM in the crypto lead community. Okay, I've been asked to talk about it, and I will, because it's actually very relative. It's a community token. All right, the community, the core leaders, myself and a few other, we're the floor in that project. What's up, Compliment? And we had a guy come in. He bought in super early when we were just discussing that, when we were just launching this thing, and he ended up dumping, rugging, taking profit is really what he did. Technically, he took profit. And, you know, our liquidity was probably, I don't know, 60K or something. I mean, we only had like just under 200 holders, and it was all community. And he took a hefty chunk. All right, if you go back to our chart, it was a giant ass candle. Bam. One guy sold, not even his whole bag. And it definitely hurt the sentiment of our community for about 5 seconds. And then the community rallied again, and we're back on track, because we've got ARM is just a vehicle to the destination, as you guys know that. And the reason why I bring up that this project is because had we had $2 million, $1 million worth of liquidity, and he dumped his bag, it wouldn't have made such a dent. You know what I mean? It'd still be a big red candle. However, it wouldn't have been a dent. And I'm going to tell you why, because the other core members of those that actually believe right? I got into this. I had to buy in like everybody else, but I believe in where our token arm is going.
Hey,
So
but that was just one holder of the project, man. We've got
Right.
90% of
I
these
know,
holders
I know
looking
that.
to take profit, bro.
I know that. Which is what my point on that is this, which is why if everybody dumped, the project would have gone to zero, right? Our token arm. But because we had an understanding that it would be bad for we as the core knew that none of us have sold. Okay. Not since day one of our token launching. None of us. I haven't. And we're not selling for a very good reason, because we believe in where we're taking this thing. All right. So with that being said, the team, because we have a responsibility to the community that are vested into this token arm, just like the Vulcan team has a responsibility to all the investors in Vulcan. They're trying to do the right thing. I know the vesting schedule sounds horrible. 5%, 5 months. I mean, that would suck.
I know,
right?
but that's listen, if you go back a couple of months, even Daniel Prado said that he was looking to take 15% off the board. And he was being so conservative. Mm-hmm. He's saying he's going to take 15%.
I can't speak for Daniel Prado.
I'm just speaking on something that I heard come out of his mouth.
I know. So I'm not, when I'm saying it, so I'm not going to say, well, but now that Daniel's heard the news, he's going to say, I don't know what Daniel's going to do. Yeah. But
I'm just using him as an example because he's such a leader in this community.
We'll find out in the morning what he's going to do.
No. Hold up. First of all, this
is such an admirable person in this community.
Everybody is responsible to promote this Vulcan blockchain. Daniel's one guy.
Yeah.
He just has the time to get on a live 17 times a day. I don't know how the hell he does that.
Thousands of people to this protocol, though.
He has. And how has he done that? Just by talking about it. And of course he talks about the potential and all these things every day. And so with that being said, I believe Daniel, and this is me not knowing, but I believe that because he understands the responsibility of him bringing in all these people, that he's going to do, he's going to understand, okay, this is for the longevity of the chain. I would have to, I don't know, but if it were me, I'd be like, okay, guys, in order for the longevity of this chain, I'm okay with whatever the core decides to ensure that. I know that's not what you guys want to hear.
He has no choice. None of us do.
None of us have a choice. Well, we do have a choice. You do have a choice. You can
the only choice we have is to withdraw the minimum amount that they allow us to.
No, my choice is how you cannot control what happens to you, but you can control how you react to it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if they say I can only take out 5%, I'm going to take out 5%.
Right. Well,
you can always OTC it.
Yeah. So 3 hours ago, actually maybe, about 3 hours, 15 minutes ago, Greek and I were talking about NR's video. And then like a freaking flash of bolt of lightning, you jumped into the chat, man. And you were like, what the hell is going on investing? You were like, whoa, ho. My point is,
I'm upset about it,
right, and that goes back to my point. You reacted in a way that doesn't help your situation, my situation.
I'm just letting some steam out. It's helping me. I feel better that I did it.
And I'm glad you did, man. 100%. I'm glad that you did. And I'm glad you did it with us. You know what I mean?
I have no one else to do it with.
I'm glad you did it with us. But now that you've let the steam out, you did come back, and I'll just close it out with this. At least when I'm going to talk, because I'll pull a Prado and not shut up, right? So I would say that I like how you got to the point. You got to a place from where you started to where at least let me get my initial out.
Yep.
That is a complete difference from when you first jumped on this damn thing, man. So
and I'm upset because that's not going to happen. You don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Still on the tables right now.
I did some math.
When Jason said it multiple times.
Yeah, but nothing.
5%. I'm pretty sure that's going to be on day one.
It's still on the table.
If we get a 5x raise in price, you can pull off 5%, and that would be your initial investment.
I'd like to hear what Confirmant has to say.
John, floor is yours. You're the fresh one here.
I have literally been watching you guys this whole time. I've been writing articles and doing my videos at the same time. You guys know I'm a swamp for time. So I wanted to come and get my 2 cents because I can understand his point of view, as me and Greek know, with some other protocols that you deposit money in and then you only get a set amount back. It's kind of reminiscent of that. Some people may have some PTSD with that in the community, especially in DeFi. And I can understand why they're doing it the way they're doing it. But from my point of view, too, I kind of was sort of upset at the same time that I could understand why they were doing it. Because some part of me, like I was explaining to NR, it's like I'm a person who never really has seen even higher 4 digits. And I would be seeing like mid 5 that day. And it's for many, like for me, I know that I wouldn't sell it all because, I practicality for myself. And some other people may see that number and just immediately just want to get rid of it. They see $20,000-$30,000. They're like, I'm out. And maybe that's times 300-400 people. That's, a couple $1 million. So that's understandable with the liquidity that we have, because I don't even know how much we have on launch day, if anyone actually knows. Was it like 10?
Been stated
no, 30 or 40 million, I think.
I think it's under 30 or under 40. I thought it was talked. I don't know, but I thought it was discussed.
Not enough to cover the top 10 holders if they wanted to sell their holders.
Right.
No.
Right.
So I can understand that they had to put something in there, because I was thinking about it too. Is like if everyone from those top wallets decided to sell, like the project just goes to zero, and you have to really have a lot of faith in those top holders that they're not going to do that. A lot of projects launch the same way, with the top 20, 30, 40, 50 wallets that hold majority. You can look at Ethereum, same way. I don't even want to get into that because that's a whole can of worms. But even there, they didn't go straight to zero either. But you can tell a lot of the team still holds a lot of the coins. But it was a tough one because I was discussing it with NR earlier today about a vesting period. And all I can say, though, Poodles, is I can completely understand with what you're thinking, 100%. It's like you do and you don't. It's just like, do you help regulate it so that the price doesn't just completely fall flat? Mm-hmm. Or do you regulate it so that it could be more sustainable and that everyone is more... Obviously, everything is more in like quotations because you can't guarantee shit. So, say you get 5% of your bag and it goes up to like, $36. Obviously 5% times whatever that is a pretty damn good, decent amount. And then you still have the rest of it locked away so that if you were to sell that amount, you still have X amount still locked away that you could get next. It makes sense and it also doesn't. It's whether you are here for like very long time or if you're going to be here for a shorter amount of time. Because for some people, they might be in here for 3-4 months, ride it up to $100, sell it all, and then never come back. So as Kryptonian has said, he's like, I'm here for 10-15 years. I know NR is. I know everyone has their own strategic plan and such. But yeah, no, it's definitely nice to definitely give you guys some of that opinion, because I've just been listening to you guys for the past 3 hours and I'm just like, I think I like the way you said, Compliment. You said you can take your money out, right? We're allowed to do it, or or you can help regulate the inevitable, right, or mitigate it. But now everything's in quotations, and I think that's where you're speaking from. Puda's like, hold up, there's a possibility I'm looking at 100K. I can only take out 10, and then the price drops. Now I'm looking at freaking 10K. You know what I mean? I know you're concerned about that. Yep. All this time, your bag has been 100K. I don't know what it is, but I'm just using it as an example. And then because now all of a sudden they put this little button on you, now it drops to 10, and now you're right back where you started. I feel it, man. I see where you're coming from. And it's legit. 100% legit. It 100% makes sense, because like this is a really good example. I'm sure we've all been there, and I know Poodles has been too. It's just like you see your bag at an X amount of money, and for some people, like you see it like, and you just want to keep a little, like some people just want to keep riding it, but some people like the second they're able to get rid of it and solidify those profits and then ride it a little bit lower to be able to buy back in and then ride it back up. I mean, that's definitely cool, because I know a lot of us with safuu, if we had known that, you know, we're at $20, you would have sold your bag and then bought back down to 10. You would have. And even some people, like, because I was playing the mind game for a while, you know, when we were at between $7 and $13 playing that range, it's realized versus unrealized. So if you're like him, it's just, you know, right now for a fact on that day one, it will be valued at that at one point, at that first second. So if you could solidify $150,000 instantly, I think you'd go for it if you could. And if you knew the price is going to correct 50 to like 60%, because everyone's going to do that, you kind of have the incentive to do that. But if Brian's able to mitigate it, well, not mitigate people doing that, but and just kind of take a slight hit, you know, say instead of 60%, it's like 20%, or like, you know, right at once, and then people start buying back in, the price goes back up. Who knows? I don't know exactly how day one's going to work out either. I'm going to be there all day though, watching.
Yeah, the 48-hour special.
Yeah,
I would like to say something right quick, or maybe
Go
not
ahead,
right
Hendrik.
quick. Sorry to interrupt. Well, we have to look at the positive and the negative of all this. Like, I know all you guys are trying to talk to Pudos, and I kind of 90% agree with him in a lot of the things that he's saying, because, all right, for example, we launched day one, they're controlling, you know, we cannot sell more than 5%. And we go through all that for a month, and price keeps going up and up and up. And then when they open up the free market, those people that were trying to sell on day one, maybe a few were gonna sell at $40, $60. Now they all gonna sell at $300, because they held their coin, they were flexing, they were collecting. So that's gonna be even a bigger dump, because they all gonna want to take profit and more money. So that's a negative thing. Now the other thing I see, okay, you know, it's better for the project, but also every time you allow the user their 5%, what you think they're gonna do? They're gonna sell their 5%. They're gonna sell their 5%, regardless of what. They're gonna sell it, because that's the only thing the blockchain is allowing you to get back. So we all gonna sell our 5%. And the other thing is, me as an investor, I would not invest on a project that's holding my money back. Like, oh, I might invest 10K, but I'm only allowed to get 5% a day out of my 10K. So I'm gonna be like, no, let me wait for them to go through all this, and then I invest when the dip comes, when all the investors that are already in, when they are gonna sell, then I come in, and I don't have control, and they don't control my money.
100%.
You know, so there's a lot of, there's a lot of things that are positive, but there's a lot more that is negative. Like, I understand why they're doing it, you know, and I mean, now that they are doing it, that's another thing that I was gonna say. It's something that has been common. It's not, you know, set in stone. It's not an announcement. So, you know, let's not go crazy about all that. But I think, you know, there's and another thing is that we are a DAO. You know, big changes like that. Like, I understand the tokenomics. They are, to me, to myself, they're so good. They're already good enough to make people want to hold, you know, their Vulcan. Not all of them, but I don't think everyone, like before, they're
Hendrik,
gonna dump on day one.
just
Go
to
ahead.
correct you on one thing, new investors can buy and sell without restrictions. So basically,
that was my question.
So
okay, so
if people coming in won't have the same restrictions, but
so they can just do 100%, right?
Yeah,
Right.
so it's
but
going to
that's
have
even, you know,
but as
that's
the price
even
rises,
worse.
they only have that one.
We
stream.
should be the one able to do what we want, you know, because we are the OGs basically. So you know,
we did 4x
now new
our money
investors, they do whatever they want, and us, we are getting restricted, and we've been here for, you know, forever.
Let me ask
I
you a
guess,
question.
I guess
Well,
you could
our
do
dollar
that.
cost average is $2.50.
but
Theirs is $9. They might buy in at $40. Who knows what the free market's going to do
Yes,
upon launch?
that depends. Though.
yeah, I understand. Well, yeah, that I understand that,
That's-
but the thing I was saying, holding that 5% and price going up. When they release that, then the candle, the red candle, is gonna be bigger. But I mean, it is what it is. If it happens, go ahead, come from.
I have a good
Raise
a
your
good
hand.
thing. So yeah, of course I gotta raise my hand. So it sounds like the way that people are putting it, and I see some of the comments coming in, is it seems almost like the reverse Uno card. You know, like typically
Moon's
that the
taking them out.
that the people that are in the project usually are the ones that are getting out on the people that are getting into the project. But it seems like how some people may be viewing it now is that the people, the OGs that are in here, are the liquidity, and that people are getting into it, driving the price up. You're going to become more of the exit liquidity. And I see a couple of those comments come in, and I wonder what you guys are thinking about that. Because maybe someone buys in with a full bag, say like $20K at $9, and then rides it up to $100. They can dump their whole bag if it after it's 5-6x, and meanwhile you're still getting your 5%. Your liquidity is being used for them to sell out.
And that's why I said earlier that we are getting fucked. And
I'm only reiterating the comments, by the way. I can understand that.
I don't remember the F word at all in this entire conversation till now, but I hear you.
But to be honest, they have to throw in 4 times the amount of money as us to get the same bag size as us. Essentially, like we earned our bag for free. Like
it depends on who, though. It depends on who. If you were a person that sacrificed it $2 or $3,
yeah, they got a lot more actually. Yeah,
but because this is all still on the table. It's not like in stone written yet.
Oh, they're doing it, bro.
I think they're doing it. It's just what they're giving you.
Exactly. But what would be a good percentage for you guys if it's not 5%? Let's just say they changed it all of a sudden tomorrow. Because remember, this is still a test net. They're still trying to work out the kinks. They're looking at the free market and the whole market as a whole of what's going on in today's society, of what's going on with crypto. NFT is getting like banned from CoinMarketCap and everything. So what would be a great percentage right now? Well, I don't know if you heard
25 to 50%.
The NFT is like they're doing something with NFT right now on the news.
Yeah, I saw Facebook said something about that too.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't do. You're going to ask a lot of people, and I guarantee you, about 90% of people are going to say they don't want vesting. The people,
exactly.
I understand people like.
If it comes to it,
in order to give us our dollar cost average, we need 27%.
Say what?
In order to give us our dollar cost average of $2.50, which is most sacrificers, you would need 27% to just be out to take your initial investment.
Yeah,
now that would make people feel good. So like, but I think a good 20% would be fair for people. But I'm okay with the 5% because that was my plan. But that's me. That's selfish me. Okay, that's selfish Greek. Okay,
but
I got to think about everybody else. But 27% is the perfect amount because you take out your initial.
What I've got to consider is not only the guy next to me, because at the end of the day, we're all investors here. Everybody is in competition. You're trying to sell it, and I'm trying to buy it, and vice versa. I mean, let's be real. All right, but I'm also bringing. I'm wanting to launch some projects on this chain, so I've got to. So for me, in order for me to make that appealing to new investors, I got to make sure that the chain is sustainable. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from as a guy. Not only I own a piece of the network, I want to build on the network. So my whole opinion is going to be biased in that regard. It's going to be longevity. All right. Yes.
So, quick question, guys. If all this wasn't happening, you guys think that the blockchain wasn't going to be sustainable? Because I mean, to me, the tokenomics is good enough. For now, it's good enough, and the SEC, they stopped the staking. We have auto compounding, auto staking. That's something that's going to bring more people in.
Well, I think we all believe it's going to be sustainable. I think they're
Listen, it comes down to them not
investment.
having the capital to pay off everyone that that wants to sell. This is what it's coming down to. The liquidity is not there to cover everyone that wants to sell. Okay? And by that being the case, they have no choice but to do this. This is what it boils down to. They don't have the money to pay off everybody that has the amount of tokens that they have, because if they believed that only half of the people were selling, even at half the people selling their bags, they still would not be able to fulfill those orders, man. So they have no choice but to do this.
Yeah. And you just want to get your order in before everybody. So you just want to
No,
say
it's just
there's nothing wrong with that. Just yes or no.
I've come to the realization.
Yes or no, man.
I've come to the realization it doesn't make a difference.
Yes or no. You want to get
there.
your bag. You want to be the first in line, and there's nothing wrong with that, Poodles. Nothing wrong with that.
And that's why I said I wanted to sell day one, minute one, second one.
Okay.
Because I know that the money is just not there, bro. That's why I knew that there was going to be
your money's there because you want it out.
There's enough money for some people to get their bags out quickly. Yes.
Is there enough money for everybody to get their initial out?
No.
Not even that.
There's not.
Okay. So you want
it wasn't based on that. That's another, something else.
And I didn't come to that realization until just now.
That's fair.
I think it's just the other thing. I don't think it's about that. I think it's what's happening and all that. But I do not agree as of now. It's not. I'm not saying they said subject to changes. So my mind is subject to changes as well. I don't like it. I don't like the idea. But if it happens and it's for the best, I'll roll with it. I'll go with it. But the 5%, whatever percent it is, the reason why I don't agree with it is because I think it would look, worse once they just release the whole bag and people really start to sell, but I'm planning to sell, but not obviously not my whole bag, and I have a node, just like 10% or 15%, just to take care of a few things. But after that, fix, flex, power pool. That's my plan. Every 3 months is when I'm gonna sell after my first sale. Every 3 months. That's my strategy.
Yeah, I want people to think this isn't about sustainability. The blockchain is sustainable. It's just about like making it appealing for various projects to come in when you have a chart with the low liquidity. Like, of course, if everybody sells in anything, it's going to tank anything that's going on. That's not the point. It's having the liquidity to make the charts look good for exchanges, for projects coming in, and just making it a healthier chart and being able to add liquidity in a way to make it more sustainable and just better, just a healthier chart. Like, not so when we're saying unsustainable, that I don't want people thinking, because they're coming in new and they're hearing unsustainable and they're freaking out. They're probably like, what? It's not. It's very sustainable. This has nothing to do. And when we say longevity, it's about like giving that. So when you build your liquidity, now when people are selling 5 months in, you have a stronger blockchain with a lot of projects running on it. And now those cells are just like acting like any normal blockchain. The big cells, people sell big every day on these big blockchains, and you don't, it just eats it up. And that's what's going to happen.
And that's the point I was making, Greek, earlier, that when we've got the volume and we've got the liquidity built up, I mean, when people take profits, like you just said, it happens on the bigger blockchains already. It's just, but it gets eaten up because of just the momentum that's already that these chains are already moving in, and that's what we're hoping to get to. That's why they're talking about taking out a few months. So Hendrix, if you're there, there's some things there's some things to consider. When you said this big dump a few months out, but one of the things that we're missing is that we all believe in this chain, and we all believe in the projects that want to join and build on this chain. There's going to be some volume and some liquidity that gets added to the to this project.
No, yeah, I mean, I know that. Trust me. Well, my comments and my opinion has no. I have no doubt about what the team is doing and where we are at and where we're gonna get. Now, at my point, my opinion or my comment, what I was trying to say is like you said. I know there's gonna be a lot of volume coming in and out, but let's say us, the current bull holders, for example, Pudos wants to sell a portion of his bag, and then we're holding him back. The day we open up the door for him, he's gonna, sell at a higher price. He probably was gonna thinking about selling at $60, and that was gonna do less damage to us. But now, because of that 5% each day, the chart looking better, and now he's able to sell at $300. That's how I see it as of now. I have to think it through.
But his bag's also been reduced because he's been selling.
Yeah, but he's only been selling 5%.
I know.
His bag is growing, so he's gonna be able to sell a lot more than what he was planning to sell on day one. So if he was planning to sell probably 20% of his bag grew for 2 months, and now they released the whole thing. His 20% is gonna be a lot more Vulcan and at a lot higher price. Okay, we got volume, we got all that, but still, it's gonna,
you're right.
It's gonna make a difference.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. And we can speculate all day long, and I can almost guarantee you the team's going to be. There's going to be. You think we're going back and forth? There's somebody sitting in that board. There's somebody in that boardroom right now that's
watching,
that's speaking the same language that Poodle's speaking from.
Yeah.
So and I trust that. Jason coming online earlier proves that. Even he was like, he was pissed off about 5%, and then what he said earlier, he's like 5%. That's bullshit. So so we're just gonna have to trust that there's a lot of smarter people in that room and on this panel, and they're gonna work it out, and do what's best, because I know they're considering exactly what Hendricks just brought up and what Poodles has said multiple times. Exactly. When the gates open, release the crack and everybody dumps, right? So they're gonna.
So I rather them to whoever wants to sell on day one, day two, whatever, because there's a lot of weak-handed, and that's what we want to get rid of first. Like if price day one goes up to $40, I know a lot will sell. Then once he reaches 100, other will. But if you hold them and price just go up, they'll probably dump the whole bag at the end. But I mean, it's just same. It's nothing that we don't know what's gonna happen.
It's 100% true. We don't know what's going to happen. This conversation was great. Unfortunately, we've been going 4 hours. I can't go much longer. I got some stuff to do before I head to bed. But this conversation is going to be great tomorrow. I can't wait to see Daniel Prado in the morning. Starting it.
Crazy. This thing is 4 hours long. He's gonna miss his morning show, still watching this damn show. So it's gonna be fun. It's like, guys, it's the afternoon because I had to watch the show from last night. So that's gonna be interesting.
Normally I'd get everybody's closing thoughts, but we've been going for 4 hours, so it's been a great show. I mean, for anybody who just tuned in, go back and watch it. Jason was spitting knowledge, and you get to really see the kind of thought process behind the scenes that he goes through and what they're looking out for is our best interest. At the end of the day, that's all they have is our best interest, whether we like it or not. Okay, there's always going to be people who disagree with everything. I can't believe he's still here.
Well, it's 4 hours.
That's right.
It's because you jumped on, man. Yeah, you jumped on.
I said if Jason came on my live, it'd go 4 hours, and I did it. There. That was for you, Jason.
Man, just before we go, I just want to, make sure the community, everyone watching, they know we are just, trying to understand each other, and it's not that we are, we don't like each other. Oh, Vulcan is already splitting apart. No, none of that.
I hate
We
you.
are talking about something that was mentioned, and some of us agree, some of us disagree, and it's part of life. So
Hey,
it's gonna happen. And hey, what's up?
This is just what family does, bro.
Exactly.
This is what a real family does. You
Yeah.
know, wait, we
My
talk.
wife fights with me every day, and I still love her. And I gotta sleep next to her.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you one thing, guys. That Poodles. When I first saw Poodles on live, I think it was right during the safuu. I saw you get all hyped, and then you went to blockchain Poodles. So I love Poodles so much that I bought my mom a standard Poodle, big ass dog. That thing was expensive, and it was from Crypto Profit, man. So I did sell some Bitcoin to get her that Poodle. So, and Poodles had a lot to do with that. Just me following him. So yeah, we do have a disagreement, but one thing we can agree on is that we want profit, and there ain't nothing wrong with that.
And we love Vulcan.
That's right. That's right.
That's exactly the case.
So,
and he
so
will
I appreciate
succeed,
everybody.
no matter what.
So everybody, stay
All right,
tuned for
guys.
Prado in the morning. Make sure you flood in.
I'm gonna stay up
Prado
and
in the
jump on
morning.
it. Like, dude,
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for Prado. It's not gonna be at the usual time, 4 hours later, but
He's
Yeah.
gonna be jealous because the show went for so long, and because Jason was on your show.
Oh, he's gonna be so jealous, but I love it. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't
Everybody,
wait.
take care.
Love each and
Okay,
every
well,
one of
See
you.
you guys, see you guys on the blockchain.
Guys.
Never fear, because the Greek is here.